Welcome everyone to this session of the 2021 Global Oneness Summit. I'm Deborah Poneman, founder of Yes to Success Seminars, and I'd like to thank you for being with us for this 12th anniversary event. You might have heard this event referred to as Global Oneness Day, and that's because for the first few years, it was a day, and it's grown and expanded and has now touched the lives of hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and it's now 9 days. And this year, the theme of the Global Oneness Summit is opening to your universal self. And the topic our panel will be discussing is undivided, going beyond oneness, and honoring the richness of our cultural diversity. And now I'd like to welcome my fabulous panel members by reading short versions of their very long and very impressive bios. And I'm going to start out with the magnificent Anita Sanchez, who is doing incredible work in the world. So I have her bio over here. Anita Sanchez, PhD, NAWA, and Mexican American, is a consultant, trainer, and speaker for Fortune 500 corporations, educators, and nonprofit organizations. Anita bridges indigenous wisdom and science for individual and societal renewal, focusing on diversity, equity, inclusion, and cultural transformation. Anita is a board member of the Pachamama Alliance and Pioneers, the author of Success University for Women in Business, and the international award-winning book, The 4 Sacred Gifts, Indigenous Wisdom for Modern Times. Other awards include 2020 Conscious Company Media's World Changing Woman and the 2020 World Women's Foundation Woman of the Hour, hashtag She Is My Hero campaign, and she is one of my heroes. And the campaign is to inspire 1 million girls to live their dreams and their leadership. So welcome, Anita. And next we have Justin Michael Williams, a man who is one of my favorite influencers, although I've never heard him call himself an influencer, but he should, because he is moving and shaking this planet. So here we go. From growing up with gunshot holes outside of his bedroom window, to sharing the stage with Marianne Williamson, Deepak Chopra, and so many more, Justin Michael Williams knows well the power of healing to overcome. He's an author, a transformational speaker, and a top 20 recording artist who's been featured in the Wall Street Journal, Grammy.com, Yoga Journal, Billboard.com, The Root, HuffPost, South by Southwest, and a lot more. With his groundbreaking new book, Stay Woke, and a decade of teaching, Justin has become a pioneering voice for diversity and inclusion and wellness, encouraging us all to step into the lives we are born to live and together rise up to fulfill our mission on this planet. So welcome, Justin. And next we have the always brilliant, always insightful, beautiful inside and out, Catherine Woodward Thomas. Catherine is the New York Times bestselling author of Conscious Uncoupling, 5 Steps to Living Happily Even After, and Calling in the One, 7 Weeks to Attract the Love of Your Life, as well as an award-winning marriage and family therapist. Over the past 2 decades, Catherine has taught hundreds of thousands of men and women to create conscious, loving relationships. Besides appearing multiple times on the Today Show, as well as being a guest on Marie Shriver's Architects of Change, Catherine trains and certifies Calling in the One and Conscious Uncoupling coaches, and then provides ongoing supervision and development to her vibrant community of coaches from around the world. So welcome, Catherine.
Thank you.
And as they say, last but definitely not least, someone I deeply admire for his many accomplishments as well as his beautiful heart, Dawa Tarshan Phillips. Dawa is founder, CEO of Empowerment Holdings and president of the International Mindfulness Teachers Association, a professional organization for mindfulness teachers from over 30 countries. Dawa completed 2 3-year meditation retreats. That's a lot. And teaches mindfulness and meditation, as well as awakened leadership and conscious business around the world. He's a member of the prestigious Transformational Leadership Council and the Association of Transformational Leaders. He's a passionate social venture entrepreneur and award-winning contributing author for Shambhala Publications, Mindful Magazine, Tricycle Magazine, Lions Roar. His work has also been featured in the New York Times, Huffington Post, Men's Fitness, Forbes, Fast Company. The list is way too long, but welcome, Dawa. A rather illustrious group, to say the least. So now a bit about our topic. Something is happening that is extraordinary in our world. We are waking up to the consequences of racism and the need of many humans to feel superior to others. And so, as our dear Catherine so eloquently put it, those of us who have ears to hear are rising to the occasion. Yet we've not yet discovered exactly how to navigate this awareness in a way that's ultimately healing, authentic, and true. So in this panel today, we're going to explore why oneness might not be enough and what we really need to do to come together. We're going to discuss why it could be a mistake for the spiritual community to focus so much of our attention on oneness. Could we perhaps be engaging in spiritual bypass? And finally, how to create a future where we live not only with respect for one another, but in a way that celebrates and honors all of life. And again, as Catherine so beautifully put it, loves the multitudes as the Creator does. So my first question is, and since I mentioned your name twice, why don't we start with you, Catherine? Can you take a few minutes to share with us what is oneness to you, and why might it possibly be a mistake for the spiritual community to focus so much on oneness?
You know, Deborah, I'm really honored that you invited me to go first. And I know that this panel was really born out of a deep conversation that you and I had. And I really want to model the active evolution of the conversation by becoming aware that I don't want the white person to set the context for the conversation. So I'm going to pass the talking stick to one of my colleagues who feels moved to answer this question first.
So who would like to go first? Anita.
First of all, thank you, Catherine. It's wonderful as a person of color. I'm half Native American, Nahua, and Mexican American, Latinx. But I have to say that more and more, I used to be able to count on my fingers how many times a white person would say, I want to listen, and move the stage to a person of color. So I just want to acknowledge that. I don't want that to just go by. And I think the use of my time, my 3 minutes, is good to go towards that. But when I think about oneness, my sense of it, I think, is more of what Humanity's team is talking about. However, I want to first start with what I hear oneness is when I'm out working in the business world, in communities. Oneness gets equated with sameness, or there's only one way. And it tends to be whoever is the dominant voice and group there. So it's going back to like being really parochial. You're like, what? You know, or it might have moved a little bit and said, well, I know there's other ways, but mine's the best way, more ethnocentric. So but for oneness, from my perspective, one way to look at this is a hoop of life. And so in growing up, I always had my elders make this circle with their hands. And notice it's not up and down, it's flat. And they say what it means to be a whole human being is to understand we're part of this one hoop of life. There's two-legged human beings, there's four-legged, there's winged, there's, creepy crawlies, the water, fire, all of it. All of it is part of the soup of life. No one or thing is higher, no one or thing is lower. We are intimately interconnected. And so whatever we do in this hoop of life, we not only do to ourselves, but we do to all the other relatives. So for oneness, for me, really means about unity in our diversity and acknowledgement of of not only our similarities, but acknowledgement of all the vast differences. And so just like we wouldn't want to have just one kind of tree, we have to have many kinds of trees to be able to thrive in the different parts of the earth. So it is that we don't want to have just one way of being, but rather have people explore and bring their uniqueness as well. So for oneness, that's the concern, is that I do hear in some communities very well-meaning, but what I hear from them, not oneness is saying this, but that spiritual knowing of oneness is an excuse for me to not engage in the earthly. And as a whole human being, I hold on to the fact that I am full in this whole complexity of being both born and living at this time for a reason in all the earthliness that I am, but also part of this whole thing of me being a spiritual being. So in embracing all of that means that I get to look at, not allow myself to just spiral down on the earthly challenges and stuff, and not call on that spiritual part of myself, that whole continuum to help me deal with that, any more than I can allow myself to just go off into this, well, I'm this spirit being. So you who are trifling with this and causing separation, I'm just going to be over here in my oneness. And so for me, it is acknowledging always this one hoop of life with the unity in our diversity. And to me, that means that we have a responsibility for care and love for all the beings, starting with ourselves and then reaching out to all of us. And that includes our differences that bring such joy and fullness in a meaningful life.
Thank you, Anita. Beautiful. And I think that image of the hoop, not like this, that will stay with all of us. Thank you. So who would like to go next? Justin.
I'll jump in. So grateful to be here with everybody in such a dynamic, beautiful conversation. I think this could be one of the most important conversations we could be having right now. So thank you for welcoming me here. And thank you to all of you who are listening in. It's a privilege for all of us. And, Anita, yes, everything you said, right? Like every single thing. And the thing that I want to, I think, add to this is, it's really fascinating that we focus so much on oneness in the spiritual community, because if you go through really any of the texts, like from any of the religious or spiritual texts, in some form or another, what do they say that the universe even came into being for? To differentiate itself, to experience itself. Right. And so one of the things that's so fascinating that I think is really important is oneness, like you said, sometimes implies sameness, but what we really want is intimacy, connection, vulnerability, showing up in closeness is what actually, I think, transforms us. Proximity to things is what transforms us. And you can't be proximate to something you're one with, right? You can't be intimate with something you're one with because you just are it. And so if we're looking to connect with one another, that differentiation is actually necessary for us to thrive and grow and change and evolve. And so when we go to even the most spiritual, that differentiation is part of it. And I think what is so important for us, as a community, and I've been somebody, I will say it's so beautiful to go to that space of we are all one. I've been there too, as a Black man, we are all one. And then recognize my spiritual bypass in that, because I grew up in the hood and I grew up around gang violence and I grew up around all this. And so it's really easy for me to go, I've moved beyond that stuff. I've worked beyond that stuff. So now I just want to be in this oneness space, And one of the things that I think happens that's really important is we can check those boxes. Like, yes, we all come from the same stardust. Yes, We are all one human race, and race is just a thing that was created, by humans, and skin color is based upon how close we are to the equator. Like check, 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 check all those boxes. And what we're learning is we have to be able to hold this paradox that we are actually one, and the way that we experience life on this planet is absolutely not one, and it shouldn't be. And so if we can't hold that space, then we're not actually able to look at the places in our lives that are sometimes even in drought and pour water into those places so that they can blossom and grow. So this is a powerful conversation for us to get into. And I'll pass the talking stick now. So thank you.
Okay, that's a hard act to follow. Dawa?
Oh, I think it's wonderful. One of the things I think that is also valuable to look at is that most of the suffering we experience is the unintended consequence of following our passion. And this happiness-seeking mind, right, that is creating all of this collateral damage around. And I think that is also something that comes into play when we're striving for oneness. It's we come from the right place. We have this internal longing of something we may even remember of what we would say is our home, right? This feeling of there's a home, and I want to find it. I want to reconnect with it. I'm striving for it, but under this influence of not really understanding so many things about ourselves or others, then there's a lot of unintended consequences. And it's obvious that spirituality does damage if it's pursued in that way, yeah? And that religion causes damage if it is pursued in that way. And one of the things that has been interesting for me personally is that the premise of searching for oneness or pursuing oneness has to be based in the perception that I don't have it, that the starting point isn't oneness, but somehow oneness is the goal. And I think for me, at least, that's where a big shift had to take place. And I had to realize that I will never attain something that I don't believe I have, and that it would be like an endless pursuit if I wouldn't change the premise that oneness is where we're starting from. So we don't need to find it. Yeah, we don't need to pursue it. We don't need to fight for it. We don't need to get it. It is the starting point. And maybe to Justin's point, once we connect with that as being the fundamental basis of truth, we can enjoy actually the diversity. We can enjoy the multiplicity. And it's not a threat anymore that is somehow standing in the way of us attaining that oneness.
Yes, thank you, Dawa. Catherine?
Very moving to hear what you all have to say. And it's reminding me, particularly what you're talking about, Dawa, that we have to really go and ask ourselves, what is the goal of our spiritual pursuits? And where is heaven? From a traditional Christian perspective, which is what I grew up in, heaven is where you go when you die. And so in that consciousness taken to the extreme, you have a justification for not tending to this earth or tending to the things that need to happen here. I remember when I was a teenager reading a book about a town in Texas that was back then the #1 hotspot for where people created the atomic bombs. They were putting the bombs together, and it was largely born-again Christian. I was a born-again Christian back then, but I was kind of horrified by that. But they felt they were doing God's work because they were ushering in Armageddon. So they were happy in their work. So I think what we're talking about is really we're talking about this concept of oneness, which I think is our way of saying heaven, where we're all, finally in a space of love with one another. I do think it is the ground of being that we want to come from, awaken to, and source ourselves from that's already in existence. But from an evolutionary spirituality perspective, from Jewish mysticism, I think we're talking about our job, maybe our joy, is to weave heaven on earth in the manifest world. This is the world we are given. And so when we talk about oneness, the danger is spiritual bypass, and yet, ironically, it is the place to engage diversity from. It's very hard to work out separateness from separateness. So when you connect in meditation and we connect with the oneness that we all are, and oh, by the way, genetically, we are 99.9% the same. And the differences in our pigmentation, our skin color, our feature, our hair, all of those things really had to do with where our ancestors lived and what the weather patterns were. That doesn't negate the cultural richness and diversities that have grown up around various tribes of people around planet Earth. But it's to come from oneness, and I think we have to, and I got this from, our pre-conversation with Justin, and what Justin's talking about learning how to fall in love with diversity. I mean, my awareness in this domain has been, I'm really striving to become as in love with diversity as God is. Because God seems to love difference, right? Thank you.
Thank you all. So the next question that I'd like to pose is, what do you believe that a future would look like where we honor all diversity? And as we've come to this conclusion, and not only honor it, but fall in love with diversity. Is it possible? And if so, what would it look like? Anybody want to start? I'm going to call on you.
I want to hear from Justin, because Justin, you've got this beautiful movement of creating a post-racist society. And I love what you're doing.
Thank you, Catherine. And Anita, I saw you raise your hand, so you're good with me? Okay, cool. So I'll be brief here because I wrote a long article around this that anyone can search for, called Ending Racism: How to Change the World in One Generation. And what's so important to me with this, and I think this is, like, if you take anything from me today, like, I think this is really important, is that we know that human beings, one of the main ways that we coordinate our reality is through our language. And the language that we have and the language that we're using actually impacts the trajectory of what's possible in our lives and how we experience the world. Just like we're having new gender pronouns to use shifts the way we can experience our own gender, right? And so with racism, it's been really fascinating to me. I'm a Black queer man. I'm actually biracial. I'm half Persian and Middle Eastern and then Black. And I am fully saying that I do not like the word anti-racist and anti-racism. In order for you to define yourself as a lifelong anti-racist, that means that racism has to always exist for you to be able to define yourself. And there's a difference between being anti something and being for something. It's the difference between what we're moving away from or what we're fighting against and what we're moving toward and what we're walking toward. And so I want to be very clear here that I think the work that's happening inside of the anti-racist movement is very important. But I think I'm interested in seeing what the next evolution that we decide as a collective is. I won't decide this on my own, of what it is that we're actually all walking toward. Because if you pay really close attention to the last year and a half, what's happened is, in our being anti everything, calling everybody out, anti this, anti that, we're actually becoming more disconnected from each other than we were before in our anti-ness. And that's because of the language that we've chosen. And so when we're for something, what I tell people is, we don't call people out, we call people forward. And calling forward is an invitation to be something greater. And so when we're asking people to give up their cultural beliefs and values, and we're asking people who may be white supremacists or this, or we're still asking people to give something up. When we're asking them to give something up, what are we inviting them into? What are we all stepping into together? And so this is a question that I think we can all really explore in a beautiful way, of how we can not just go from me to we, but Dan Siegel, who I know many people know, he has this beautiful word, muy, where we are individual and collective, all in one, honoring the interconnection and intraconnection of it all. So anyway, I can go on and on and on, but I'll stop there. And Anita, I'll pass it back to you, since I know you were chomping to speak earlier too. Thank you,
No.
Catherine.
I love that, Justin. I am with you. I'll just say, because people expect people of color to be anti-racist. And I'm like, excuse me, my brain, I know how the brain works. And you stick that word in there, that's what I'm going to be creating. And I believe in standing for rather than against. It doesn't mean that you don't take a stand for justice. It doesn't mean you don't try to change the systems, or not try, that we are changing the systems and structures that are causing all of the inequity across race, gender, all the different isms that exist. But it means that we're in proactive action rather than pushing against. We're getting pulled toward the vision. So when you ask that question about what does the future look like, where we actually honor all of that, I want to first start with, to not say there isn't a vision, but I want to first start with us to really get quiet and look where it does already exist. So we don't have to just think it's somewhere out there, but that honoring diversity begins with ourselves. Do I honor all the different parts of myself? You know, is it connecting my heart and my mind and my gut, my spirit? What we talk about as being good medicine, which is anyone or anything that puts into alignment the spiritual, mental, emotional, physical. Am I that? And if there are even moments of that, that is fuel, that is energy that helps me keep moving, remembering what already is, which I call sacredness, but some people confuse that with that it's some religion or something. But I'm just talking about the very beingness of us. And then where does it already exist outside? So I want to take us just really quickly to the Amazon. I'm not going to go in depth, but it's one of the places I go every year and take groups of people to reconnect to themselves and to the earth. And not that everyone can go to the Amazon, I understand that, but I will just take it that when I go into the depths of the Amazon, and one of the first things that these business leaders and their families and stuff mention with the interpreters going is like, wait a minute. The people, they don't talk about living in the rainforest. They don't talk about, taking care. I mean, stewards, it sounds like they're talking about being part of the rainforest, part of each other's lives, even when they're in different villages and communities, even with the people they've never seen outside, but only dreamt of. And so that's the future that I think of it. And I think you don't just have to go to the Amazon. I'm going to risk and actually name a business, and not that they don't have work to do. And they're not my client now. So it's not like I'm trying to get more business or something like that. But I will say, look at, for example, on board diversity, where you see different races and genders of people. Hewlett-Packard, a tech company, is one. And you start looking at how they're faring. Doesn't mean they don't have troubles and more work to do. But we know now, not just for the HPs, but other companies, and we've known for some years now, the more diverse racially, the more diverse, that diversity brings those different perspectives and uniqueness, and the businesses do better. And they do more to create an environment where all our gifts are welcome. So I say that the future that we want, yes, is one that's filled with dignity and respect. But I think part of that is we need to start with the present of where it already exists inside ourselves. So that human being and human doing are not separate. So I'm going to work on my being and being that diversity, honoring, connecting, so that my doing reflects that. And vice versa. If you're doing, take a check. Is it reflecting that unity of connection, of honoring the similarities and the differences that exist? It's an exciting time to be alive.
It certainly is. And thank you so much for that. So Dawa, you unmuted yourself.
Yes. I love what I'm hearing. One thing that I've observed and I've written about is something I call the wounds of insignificance. You know, I do believe that the reason why a divide and conquer system works is because people feel insignificant. And people feel insignificant across the spectrum. And when they feel insignificant, they are easily manipulated. And so I do think that the conversation to create a different kind of world has to look at how do we treat people in a way that they don't feel insignificant, regardless of their background, regardless of their racial background or their economic background or their cultural background, and allow for some healing to happen. You know, we have created a value system that for many people makes them feel worthless, or at least like they don't have a place at the table. And I don't think we're talking here about a few, you know, elite influencers who manage to spew negativity and hatred, because those exist. And I think there we can be really clear. This is like a cancer. Yeah, certain things you can't negotiate with if it has moved so far away from being integratable into a holistic and healthy part of being. But the majority of people, I think, are acting out of pain and out of a particular individual source of suffering. And I think being open to that, and you know, oneness doesn't just mean sharing bliss; it also means sharing pain and developing kindness toward that particular source of pain and toward that disenfranchisement. You know, I speak about this amputated self. Right? We talk about this universal self, but most people actually walk around in a state of amputation. They don't even feel this sense of connection to their brothers and sisters of different skin color and different background, and so it is a state of amputation. And when you first get in touch with that, you want to weep. You don't feel like celebrating. You're just shocked by the amount of anxiety and fear and pain you carry. And so I think that's also important. And I think it's an important part of the spiritual community, or the work of the spiritual community, to develop the level of kindness to actually match, and compassion to actually match the level of hurt that this insignificance and disenfranchisement and amputation actually has caused. And then the way back is often not that difficult. When you meet someone there, no matter their background, you know, they want to connect, to Justin's words. Yeah, people actually love being connected, and they can identify when you offer them something better, they feel it. You know, they feel that what you're talking about is actually better for them, better for their family, better for the country, better for the world. And then they want to take that step, but not just because they are told to think it's better, but because they feel it's better. So that's maybe the one thing I wanted to contribute for this.
Thank you, Dawa.
I'm having this experience of just this deep sigh of relief in my body. I just want to name that as we're engaging this conversation. It feels really sacred and holy. I love what Anita brought up around who am I? Who am I in this? And what I've been aware of for a while, I mean, we're really talking about, you know, from a white perspective, the giving up of privilege, the letting go of the illusion of superiority. White supremacy is really based on the need to have people be less than me. And I think how we can work on this as a spiritual community is to notice that every time I engage, or I'm sourcing myself from the I'm not good enough, we're in hierarchy, because somehow I'm inferior now. So I'm either superior or I'm inferior. And very often, if I'm centered in being inferior, I need other people to be less than me to try and fix that. So we're deconstructing hierarchy even within ourselves. I came to a power statement around this because I am a person who suffered for many years with a deep sense of inferiority. And I recognize that it's not going to, you know, I am more than enough. I am the best person here. That's not the opposite of that. That's the same as that. That's just the flip side of the same conversation. it's more like really cultivating a consciousness that I am neither superior to anyone nor inferior to anyone, that we are all emanations of the divine, beautiful in our own unique and special ways. So it's just to begin to walk through the world from that consciousness is the thing that we can do internally. I'm also aware as a person of privilege with my white skin that there is a responsibility that I think we as white folks have to begin to actively deconstruct our own biases, our own ignorance, our own assumptions about, it's hard for some white folks to really get privilege because life is hard for all of us. And in many ways, we had things that the deck was stacked against us. So we don't really resonate with the word privilege. But the privilege of walking through the world without a lot of negative biases being thrown at us because of the color of our skin is one of them, that kind of freedom that we're walking with through the world with, and to educate ourselves actively right now. And there's so many gorgeous ways to do that. I mean, there's obviously a plethora of books that are coming out, but I also say, let's read literature about, a Palestinian family and get on the inside with people. It's, it's calling people forward. It's also calling people in. But getting on the inside of each other, standing with and for each other is being on the inside with each other and recognizing our shared humanity and really understanding the world through different lenses. Because here's the thing about evolution. Evolution is about ever expanding complexity. It's never going to go back to sameness. We're never going to become amoebas in a little dish, a petri dish. We're all the same, just wiggling around. The experiment of the universe seems to be how complex can we grow, and every time we expand, we're taking in more and more complexity. So it's to get related to the complexity as really beautiful. I'm reminded also of Michael Beckwith's pain pushes until vision pulls. So this conversation is what's making my body relax. What is the vision we're living into? And we sense it. We can't quite see it. There is an intentionality to this conversation to bring oneness into this manifest complex world of diversity, and to not divorce it from diversity, but to actually have the diversity be the oneness. And also as a white person becoming an active ally to really begin to overtly stand for diversity and move the conversation forward. I think it is, if people have been oppressed, it's not up to them to end the oppression. It's up to the people who have been oppressing them. And even though I personally didn't do anything to cause the inequality in the world, it is my privilege to serve the evolution of that. I take that on like a joy. That is my privilege. I chose to be born. I chose my white skin. This is mine to do with all of us.
Can I just go out of order and jump in really quick, because Catherine, yes, and I love you, and you're modeling this so beautifully. And I'm just thinking about all the people listening who may have not got into this work. And so I just wanted to drop a couple little gems here in connection to what you said that might be helpful to call people forward. So one of the things that's helped me so much in understanding the concept of privilege, that has helped me open my heart to the concept of privilege, is this quote from Janaea Future Khan, who's the co-founder of Black Lives Matter in Toronto. And she says, privilege isn't about what you've gone through. It's about what you haven't had to go through. Privilege isn't about what you've gone through. It's about what you haven't had to go through. And what a lot of us have been engaged in regularly is what I've been calling the oppression Olympics. Whose suffering has been worse? And when that happens, and we're in this, again, like you said, hierarchy, we can't open our hearts because we're like, well, my family went through the Holocaust. Well, I'm gay. Well, my family went, well, I had to work really hard for this too. But when we look from a place of what I have not had to go through, now our hearts can open to the grace that can be there. And there's so many things that we haven't had to go through. Like many of us can turn on our sinks and have water there. You know, we don't think about this, or people who have their religious holidays off from work. And you don't think sometimes, oh my God, look at all the other people who don't. And the last bit with what you said about white supremacy that I think so many people get so triggered by that word is very simple as a concept. It's not necessarily pointing at you as a person. It's about the concept of whiteness. And what's so important to think of this, and just the basic, I love the linguistics. White supremacy just means whiteness is supreme. And when you have anything that we're trying to assess something against, you have to have a standard. So when you hear people say, oh, those people are too loud compared to what? When you say that hair is not appropriate, the way those people are dancing is too sexual, the way this thing is happening is too this or too that, compared to what? And what we're often comparing it to, what we don't realize, is the standard of whiteness. Because if you even look at what is appropriate attire, if you go to any indigenous cultures around the planet, European business casual is not how most people of color dress when they're looking to dress up for something nice. But in order to be appropriate in the workplace, you have to dress what white standard is. And so we can look at this all over our lives and see how it works. So anyway, thank you for letting me just throw that in for people who haven't done the work to help call them into the possibility here.
And Justin, what I'd like to do with this last question is, I'd love to just see it be a conversation that people can jump in. And we've actually touched a lot on this question already, but I wanted to know what we can do or what we need to be as individuals and as a spiritual community, because most of the people who are coming to watch this today consider themselves part of a spiritual community. So what can we do as a community to manifest that future where we are muy? I mean, what does it require of us to live in a place of not only respect for one another, but like you said, Justin, to share our bliss, to share our pain in a way that celebrates and honors all of us? I mean, I'd love to hear what all of you would recommend, steps we can take.
One thing I would recommend is look at the way that you are invested in keeping people back or keeping people down. And that starts in the home already, you know, when your child dances in the wrong moment or sings in the wrong moment and you shut it down because it just doesn't fit with your Sunday afternoon or whatever. Yeah, but it goes further than that. It's, you know, I believe that the spiritual nature, we call it God or we call it universe, it seeks to expand, and it seeks to expand in every individual. Which means that if you let it, if you create the room, if you create the support, it will expand and people will seek to progress and to uplift themselves and so on. And I think just ending the effort of interfering with that and blocking that and keeping people down, it doesn't even require a lot. It just requires giving up working against people oftentimes, you know. And so I think that that is something you can look at in your own life. Where are you triggered in competitiveness, in jealousy, in territorialism, when you see someone next to you shine and expand and grow and take their rightful place on this earth, and you feel you have to covertly or overtly work against that? I think that is one thing I think that people can really look at personally and can make big strides, because we will see that play out on a global scale. There are economies coming that aren't white who will play a major role in the world. Africa is going to rise as an economic power in the world for sure, just based on the natural resources that are on that continent. Can we make room for that? Can we make room for an Africa that is in fact rich, beautiful, powerful, self-determined, and richer than maybe all the other nations in the world, you know, as a continent? Are we prepared for that? Are we prepared for that kind of presence? Are we prepared for a China that is more powerful than any other country? Or are we constantly threatened and engaged in actively subverting, undermining, sabotaging, because any type of expansion by another culture or another people, in fact, just poses a threat? So that's maybe one thing. Just paying attention to that need to oppress or suppress or keep down because we're threatened. I think that if we can let that go already, that would be a great spiritual practice.
I'd love to follow that, because when you're speaking and this need to suppress, oppress, keep down, all of that, it reminded me of conversation with you, Dawa, about trust. And I've never forgotten this conversation. It's probably been a couple of years. But I know in my own journey, and I'm thinking about the people watching, and we all look pretty darn good and like life is really great. And I want people to understand that we're regular people. We had those great bios, but I think about my journey of trust, trust in terms of the sexual abuse, the violence I experienced in my early years from 4 to 13, the murder of my father, which was race related, that he was dark skinned and he was mistaken for a Black man, where earlier a white man and a Black man had a fight, and the white man returned and shot him. And I say all that not to shock but really to say that you matter, and all of us have a role to play, and no matter what, and all of us have suffering and challenges, but that we also at the very same time have all of what we need. And that's a trust that we have all of what we need, not only inside with our ancestors who are there cheering for us, but outside in every breath we have our relatives, plant relatives, who are converting the carbon to the oxygen. Trust that I will dive into the challenges, the horrible racism that exists, whether I'm out there and not used to marching, or I didn't give my money that way to support getting people out of jail, or demanding as a stakeholder in a business that, wait a minute, this is how I want my money used, not taking away life. So I think there's the whole thing of trust. And I would be remiss to not finish with, I'm not going to go in depth on them, but I will honor these indigenous relatives of a prophecy that I'm a carrier of, which is in a positive way, in an expansive way, not in a virus or hurting health-wise, but rather of 27 indigenous elders from around the world who offered, who came together in the mid-90s, and spirit conveyed to them that we were going to enter a really terrible, horrible time, because the two-legged human beings forgotten how to be in relationship, healthy relationship with ourselves and other beings. And so they offer us these 4 gifts. And I offer this to all the listeners, to all the viewers, to take this and put it into your heart. Don't just put it in your mind, put it in your heart, because in the mind of the rest of you. And the 4 gifts they gave to us to help us remember how to be whole human beings, creating harmony and balance, and there's no order, is to use all of them, is the power to forgive the unforgivable. The power to forgive the unforgivable. Put that in your heart. And you're already having images of that you've forgiven. Oh, the strength you have to forgive, but also that which still asking. The second gift they put in there is the gift of the power of healing. All right, for us to be in healthy relationship with one another, that means we could heal not one time. Every morning I wake up, my kids still think I'm funny. No other mom says, wow, it's another great day to heal. It's like, I don't think moms say that. This mom does. And so that's the second gift. The third gift is the gift of the power of unity. And I think we're all rushing to get to that unity. That unity doesn't just happen by saying it, but yes, keep moving towards it. But the more forgiveness and healing we do, the more in really authentic, expansive unity we're able to be with not only each other as people, but also with the earth, because the footprint we're putting on the earth is the same footprint we're putting on people. And the footprint we're putting on people is the same footprint around earth. And it's enough. It's time that this footprint is of love and care, an acknowledgement of our intimate interconnection. And then the fourth and final gift that I offer to all of you as one of many ways for us to experience this future, to have really clear action, is hope. Hope in action. So put that in your heart, that to dream, to vision to do that not only individually, but collectively, which many of us here have done in conversations and looking at what that is. And then how can I support you in doing, how can you support me? How can we just, even when we're not together, be, sending those images that is helping pull us, as Catherine said, our dear Michael Beckwith talks about, pain pushes till vision pulls. So these 4 gifts, forgiveness, healing, unity, and hope, are 4 gifts that I carry and offer to you as an invitation from the Indigenous elders from around the world to help us remember who we are and what we are, whole human beings in what is a beautiful hoop of life.
Beautiful.
Take a little breath after that. Just breathe that in. Thank you, Anita.
It's beautiful. I want to go next because I want Justin to have the last word.
Well, because we're nearing the end. So Catherine, and then Justin. And
I've been aware that we're talking about the ways we need to grow, who we need to become, and how we need to engage that growth. I want to just presence that in our very sophisticated growth society, most of us have equated growth with psychological growth. And I think what we're talking about is moral growth and ethical growth. What's my obligation to other human beings? What's my obligation to future generations? What's the world that I am actively creating and leaving as my legacy? Very important, we remember that my friend Don Beck, who created Spiral Dynamics, used to always say, don't ask what you want to do, ask what needs to be done. And I think we're all kind of, very full with the question, what do I want to do? What do I want to say? But I think it's also listening for what's emerging and what's wanting to be said and wanting to be done that we are in service to. So we are co-creating the new world together. I also want to just name that what we are actively cultivating is empathy for perspectives that differ from ours, true empathy and understanding. And there really is this whole awakening that's happening that's quite beautiful. Will Smith did a gorgeous film. He hosts a beautiful film. I think he co-produced it, called Amend on Netflix. And it really gives the history of African Americans in America. And it begins to open up an understanding of how things got to where they are in a way that kind of opens our hearts, like, okay, let's make this, let's evolve this together. Another beautiful film is 13th, which really deconstructs and kind of lays bare how the school to prison pipeline is happening mostly for African American men, Latino men, men of color, people of color in general, but mostly men. So all of these things are things we need to get related to, but not in a burdensome way, really in a way like, okay, something new is wanting to happen. Remember that destruction is the first act of creation. And we're standing for a conscious world, a world of relatedness. And the first part of that needs to be that things look like they're falling apart. So we don't want to collapse into hopelessness. So Anita, your hope pillar is really important now. We do need to strengthen the vision of what we're moving towards and have faith in the overall goodness of life. Thank you.
Thank you all. And Catherine, so beautiful, what you're modeling here. We are beings that exist at the nexus of the dreams of our ancestors and the memories of our descendants, right here in the center of infinity. And so when you look at this infinity symbol, here we are in the now, and soon to be becoming ancestors after we get about 100 clock years, if we're lucky, in these bodies. And so here we are existing right here at the center point of the dreams of our ancestors and the memories of our descendants. And so many, of our ancestors, and not just our biological ancestors, but in the movements that we're a part of socially, even the LGBTQIA+ movement and all my ancestors from there. It's like we're oftentimes the first generation with an opportunity to even think about this stuff, mental health and manifesting and like, and so what a privilege and a gift and an honor that we get to show up and do this messy work, that it is for us to call ourselves forward. And I'll end with this, with a very practical thing to do. It's the most practical thing that I can offer to everybody watching, is go put yourself in a physical space in the real world where you are not the majority, where you're with people who are different than you. We talk about oneness, we talk about diversity. Look, oneness, we already talked about. Diversity without connection and proximity and vulnerability, that's also a hot mess. So it's not about diversity, it's not about oneness, it's about what happens in that space. Because by design, it's all already diverse, right? And by design, it is also already one. And so what are we doing in that space in between? How are we loving each other? How are we connecting each other? How are we coming together? I'll end with this. When my mom, who's Persian and Middle Eastern, but adopted into an Italian Catholic family, I want you to catch that. My mom was adopted when she was 2 days old into an Italian Catholic family, a family that came on a boat from Sicily to the United States. When my mom decided she was going to marry a Black man, my dad, my family disowned my mom, my Italian Catholic family, on a Sunday after church, by the way. And for a long time, they didn't speak to my mother. And then my family came back together, fully came back together in a space of, we don't know how we're going to do this, but we're going to come together and we're going to try. And I watched, this is the reason why I am so clear that racism can end. I watched in my own DNA, in my own family, I watched racism disintegrate. From the most racist, literally disintegrate. And that's how I know that it's possible, because I've experienced it. It didn't disintegrate by us becoming one. It didn't disintegrate by us putting all of our ideals and things into a Vitamix and becoming this we are all one smoothie. It didn't disintegrate by us just pretending it wasn't existing. It disintegrated by us becoming close, knowing that we were all moving forward toward a greater vision that encompassed the whole family. And that when we made mistakes, we showed up in a space of love to call each other forward. And so this is what we're all have the capacity to do here as a spiritual community. And if anybody can do it, it's us. So thank you all for being here. I'm so grateful.
So what I'd like to do is to ask all of our listeners, why don't we just close our eyes and feel what we've just heard. Feel the presence of our ancestors. Feel the movement forward that's just been created. And breathe into our heart centers. That divine presence that's in our hearts. And let's connect with the divinity in every heart on this planet. And if we choose, we can make a silent pledge to the great spirit of our own understanding to honor the glorious differences and to really, really see each other, to respect each other, to heal all wounds of insignificance, to stay awake to the grandeur of our rich, diverse, and glorious humanity, to share our bliss and our pain, to allow everyone to shine in his or her own individual and cultural magnificence, to remember how to be in relationship, to live the dreams of our ancestors, and ask what needs to be done. Because yes, we know that racism and superiority can disintegrate. We give thanks, and so it is, and so it shall be. And as we open our eyes, I just want to say thank you to our utterly magnificent panel members. It is so clear why all of you are icons in your respective fields. What an honor to spend an hour with you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you for gathering us, Deborah.
Thank you so much, Deborah.
And
Thank
thank
Deborah.
you. And thank you to all our viewers and everyone participating in the summit. We can only do this together, and we send you our love.
Welcome to this Global Oneness Summit program, the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the Global We. It is presented by the steering group of the Sustainable Development Goals Thought Leaders Circle, a synergy circle of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle, which is a project of the Source of Synergy Foundation. The program includes members of the steering group and also special guests. I want to begin by giving brief introductions of our initial presenters. Fuller bios for each of them are at the Global Oneness Summit. I'm Dr. Kurt Johnson of the Global Oneness Summit and the SDG Circle. I'm a noted evolutionary biologist and comparative religionist, author of a number of well-known books across this important straddle. I also serve or have served on several NGO committees at the United Nations and am the founder of a number of international media outlets. So I now want to introduce the initial guests. So first is Diane Marie Williams, founder and president of the Source of Synergy Foundation, which birthed the Evolutionary Leaders Circle. Diane also initiated the formation of the NGO Committee on Spirituality, Values, and Global Concerns, CSVGC, at the United Nations in New York, where she served as its first chairperson. She also served as co-chair and founding member of this committee at the United Nations in Geneva, where it originated. Next is the Reverend Deborah Moldau, who will also be our moderator. Deborah is the director of the Evolutionary Leaders Circle of the Source of Synergy Foundation. She is also the founder of the Garden of Light and a vision keeper at Unity Earth. Deborah served for more than 20 years as the representative to the United Nations for May Peace Prevail on Earth International. At the UN, she also co-chaired the International Day of Peace NGO Committee and the Values Caucus, and she founded the Multi-Faith Cooperation Circle of the United Religions Initiative. Next is Greg Braden. Greg Braden is 5-time New York Times bestselling author, scientist, and pioneer in the emerging paradigm based on science, spirituality, social policy, and human potential. Since 1979, Greg has worked as a problem solver during times of crisis for Fortune 500 companies, with his research leading to 15 film credits, 12 award-winning books now published in over 40 languages, and a 2020 nomination for the prestigious Templeton Prize. Next is Dr. Jude Currivan. Dr. Currivan, a well-known global change agent, is a cosmologist, previously a senior international businesswoman, and author most recently of The Cosmic Hologram. In 2017, she co-founded Whole World View, whose aims are to empower the understanding, experiencing, and embodying of unitive and evolutionary consciousness to support transformative planetary changes. Next is Daniel Stone. Daniel Stone is a strategic change consultant who has spent the last 45 years making change real for a wide variety of organizations in the government, healthcare, higher education, nonprofit, and corporate spheres. In preparation for the introduction of the SDGs, Daniel was invited to the UN Staff College to advise all UN agencies about how to create meaningful change. Since then, he has worked extensively on the plans for achieving SDG 7 about sustainable energy for all. And finally, of the initial guests, Dr. Richard Clugston. Dr. Clugston is the co-director of the Association of University Leaders for a Sustainable Future, and he also serves on the Earth Charter International Council. For the past 30 years, he has been engaged in the UN Sustainable Goals development policy debates, representing various UN accredited ethical and spiritual organizations. We also have with us 3 additional special guests, also from the SDG Circle, who have been deeply engaged in the United Nations community for many years, and who will be introduced by our moderator, the Reverend Deborah Moldau, later in the program. So thank you so much for joining us for this program on the Global Oneness Summit. And I'm happy now to pass the baton to our moderator, the Reverend Deborah Moldau.
Thank you, Dr. Kurt Johnson. And welcome everyone to our Global Oneness Day presentation on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. We're going to offer various perspectives on the meaning and implementation of the SDGs by members of the steering group of our circle. We will begin with remarks by Dr. Richard Clugston, who was part of the UN process of compiling 17 goals. Rick Clugston.
Thanks, Deborah. I'm going to give briefly some background on the SDGs and the current state of their implementation, and then propose a major task for our SDG circle to help Agenda 2030 realize its transformative potential. First, the SDGs. The UN began the pursuit of sustainable development in the 1980s, recognizing that concern for social and ecological well-being needed to be included in the development agenda. From the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio to the 2000 Millennium Development Goals, and then to the 2012 Sustainable Development Conference called Rio Plus 20, efforts were made to define shared priorities to ensure full human development for all in a flourishing Earth community. Recognizing that such priorities were not being met, in 2015, the 193 United Nations member states adopted, quote, Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, end quote, with its 17 SDGs and 169 targets, and 234 indicators. This Agenda 2030 seeks to create a world that works for all and that leaves no one behind. To accomplish this transformation, it states, business as usual is not an option. I find it helpful to think of the 17 SDGs as falling into 3 categories. First is providing for everyone's basic needs. And this includes SDGs 1 through 8, which are eliminating poverty and providing food security, good health, education, water and sanitation, energy, gender equality, and decent work for all. The second category is protecting ecological integrity, and that's SDGs 13, 14, and 15, which focus on combating climate change and protecting, restoring, and sustainably using terrestrial and ocean ecosystems. And last, the third category is the remaining 7 SDGs, which focus on strengthening enabling mechanisms. That means increasing economic GDP growth and sustainable or green infrastructure, reducing inequality, promoting sustainable production and consumption, as well as good governance and effective global partnerships. From 2016 to 2021, nations were to voluntarily implement the policies spelled out in Agenda 2030 and to report on their progress each year at the high-level political forum. To date, 168 member states have reported. Many of them have reported 2 or 3 times. In the latest UN SDG reviews of progress, most concluded that inadequate progress was being made in providing a social safety net for the poor and vulnerable, preventing biodiversity loss and climate change. In addition, resurgent nationalism and authoritarianism are increasing armed conflicts and violations of basic human rights. More refugees and migrants are on the move. A major obstacle to realizing the transformative potential of the SDGs is the excessive materialism of the dominant development paradigm. Materialism is defined as 1, the tendency to consider material possessions and physical comfort as more important than spiritual values, and 2, the doctrine that nothing exists except matter and its movements and modifications. Thus, an excessively materialistic person tends to be an isolated individual seeking to consume ever increasing amounts of goods and services in a universe devoid of deeper meaning or purpose. Development policies anchored in such materialism emphasize ever-increasing economic growth and the ever-increasing consumption that such growth requires. So what can our SDG Circle's contribution be? A central task for our SDG Circle is to make common cause with the many spiritual and religious organizations accredited to the UN in order to advocate for a spiritual correction to the excessive materialism of Agenda 2030. Like our SDG Circle, these faith-based organizations seek to highlight the importance of the inner transformation in order to realize the outer transformative goals of Agenda 2030. Without prioritizing the needed consciousness shift as foundational to development policy, social and ecological conditions will continue to deteriorate. To realize Agenda 2030's aspirations for transformative change, our understanding of prosperity, that is, the nature of the good life, must include a spiritual emphasis. For example, on being more, not having more, after basic needs are met. Our identities need to become inclusive, integral, compassionately caring for the whole community of life on Earth. We must become planetary altruists, conscious of our oneness, our interrelatedness with all life. In the SDG context, we will need to advocate effectively for policies that ensure social and planetary well-being. For example, by replacing short-term economic GDP growth with better indicators of this well-being, by creating a UN Earth Trusteeship Council and ombudspersons for future generations, and by strengthening education for global citizenship, and by cultivating the global ethical and spiritual consciousness such citizenship requires. These are daunting tasks, both more urgent and more possible given today's global situation. Fortunately, there may well be some assistance for making this needed evolutionary transition from sources we barely comprehend. So we invite you to join us in helping these United Nations efforts become truly transformative. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick Clugston. We will now hear from best-selling author, scientist, and pioneer in the emerging paradigm, Greg Braden.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you, Rick, for that beautiful, beautiful introduction and overview for the Sustainable Development Goals. I learn something every time I hear from you, and I hear new things every time I hear that description. So I want to welcome everyone to Global Oneness Day. I'm excited to be here with you, and you know, there's this beautiful place where science and spirituality and human potential and social policies all come together. And this is what we're talking about right now. We all know we're living a time of extremes. That's no secret. We're seeing it everywhere from social change and climate change to the collapse of economies and now even entire societies. But what we don't often see is that the very extremes that are driving the change are also driving new science, new technology, new innovation, exciting new solutions. And the key is to find a way to navigate those extremes and those solutions in a healthy way and scale it to a planet. We've never done this before. The UN SDG 2030 project is the largest cooperative project ever embarked upon in 5,000 years of recorded human history. We've never tried to do anything like this before. I'm excited, and I'm also an optimist as well as a realist. And realistically, the key for me is that as we strive to achieve these beautiful 17 goals that are identified, that we also identify the values that we cherish, the values that are sacred to us as individuals, as families, as communities, as societies, as nations, as a planet, and allow those values to become the foundation of the methodology that we use to achieve the goals. We don't want to get lost in our attempt to tick the boxes to achieve the goals. And this is where the SDGs can play such a powerful role. And it's where global oneness can play such a powerful role. Because this is the opportunity for the rubber to meet the road, for the spiritual rubber that we all know and claim in our minds and our hearts to meet the practical everyday applications of a real world. And the only way to do that is to know about it. So I am honored to be with all of you today and to share with you the efforts that are ongoing. This is already happening. These goals are already being achieved and many people don't know about it. So this is an opportunity to become aware of those goals and then to check in with yourself to see where you're drawn to communicate, to participate, to contribute with your life energy in a way that that for you is the key to achieving this this powerful opportunity. So I'm going to stop there. I'll turn it back over to you, Deborah, and thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit.
Thank you, Greg Braden. For an introduction to the SDG Thought Leaders Circle, we welcome cosmologist, author, and change agent, Dr. Jude Currivan. Jude Currivan.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you, everyone. As Greg said, it's my honor to be with everyone today in this Global Oneness Summit. And to share a little bit about the purpose of our SDG TLC. Our purpose essentially is to support, promote, and address a transformational agenda, as Rick spoke to, building from the spirit and intention of the SDGs through innovative, unifying, and uplifting visions, values, and strategies to co-create partnerships and heart-based service for the good of the whole. It's based on our recognition that without a major and collective shift to a unitive and evolutionary consciousness, where science and spirituality converge, that the ambitions of the SDGs will be unable to be met. Our circle includes members skilled in both being able to articulate this vision and paradigm shift, and with extensive, wide-ranging and global expertise and experience in delivering such transformational change through education, training, and cooperative, multi-level and synergistic strategic and operational partnerships. As responsibility for achieving the goals of the SDGs is global and needs to be universally shared, ultimately our purpose is to be change agents in synergistic alliances with all those who are likewise committed to the conscious evolution of our species, to lift up and link up with them and for the protection and regeneration of the planetary home we all share. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jude Curvin. Strategic change consultant Daniel Stone will now give us some perspective on the SDGs and their potential to move us to a sustainable future. Daniel Stone.
Thank you. And it was terrific to hear from Greg and Rick and Jude and their perspectives about this. As Kurt said earlier, I've been involved in one way or another with the SDGs from even their very earliest inception, but as a practitioner of change. And I am very aware, as everybody on this call is aware, of the importance of the achievement of these SDG goals for the survival of our planet and our very species, and the urgency of accomplishing these and in making major progress, not just at some point in the future, but actually in this next decade. Now, what Greg said and what Jude said is incredibly important to keep in mind, that this is a huge lift that's being required. It's massive in its scope, and it's going to require a level of cooperation and collaboration that's perhaps never been seen before at a global level. And in effect, it also is going to require us to think differently. And it's going to require us to think at a level of scale if we're serious about leaving no one behind, as these SDGs call for, so that we think at a level of accomplishment of these goals that is up to the challenge that they create, and also encompasses the full range of people and cultures and parts of our planet that are all subject to being potentially affected if we do not address these goals. So we have to think about scale at a very different way than we've ever thought about it before. So the achievement of these SDGs really is going to require us to think and then behave differently. Now, having said all of that, I'm also keenly aware that there has not been significant progress being made in relationship to achieving these SDGs. They were introduced several years ago, and the urgency of achieving them, frankly, only grows over time as the issues they attempt to deal with become more and more severe and more critical. The SDG thought leader circle has been highly focused and remains highly focused on the need for a shift in the consciousness, or as Greg Braden put it, in the value base that underlies how we go about achieving these goals. And we have to make sure that the consciousness we bring to the achievement of these goals doesn't further exacerbate the issues we're dealing with or lead to unintended consequences and furthering some of our major social divides. However, beyond that is the simple need that we have in accomplishing this level of change. We need to harness the will to accomplish these goals. And that level of will, frankly, has been highly variable as it relates across these 17 SDGs. I got involved in working on SDG number 7, which is about sustainable energy for all, a couple of years ago. And I was told at that time that the UN Secretary General at the time had noted that not only has there been a lack of progress toward many or most of the SDGs, but of even greater concern, there's been actual backsliding. So there has to be a concerted effort to turn that around and jumpstart the commitment and the efforts toward achieving these goals if we have a chance of reaching them. The final thing I want to say is these goals are for humanity. They are not simply an organizational set of goals for the UN. It is not simply the responsibility and the providence of the UN to accomplish them. The UN has done a major service in articulating and bringing these goals into focus for the rest of us. But frankly, it is the responsibility of every single individual and every organization that has any part to play relative to these goals to do their part to contribute toward the accomplishment of the SDGs. And it's for that purpose that the SDG Thought Leaders Circle exists. And hopefully by participating in this event today, hopefully the sense of responsibility for achieving these goals is going to disseminate much, much more widely. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And now, just in case we haven't grasped the scope of the 17 SDGs, we're going to take just a few minutes to enjoy a youth video called Improve Life All Around the Globe.
The United Nations is an organization with goals of peace and sustainable development around the world. Their mission is huge, but we're breaking it down in 2 minutes. 17 sustainable development goals. Let's get to them, cause the more you know. Look, in some corners of the world today, people are living on $1 a day. Hey, that's not how it ought to be. So goal 1, eliminate poverty, and goal 2, root out hunger across the globe. There's 800 million people hungry if you want to know. Number 3 is health and well-being, and getting people the health care that they need in. Learning in school are the hard to go for. Education opens up minds and doors. Goal number 5 is empower girls and women so they can have the same rights that men are given. Number 6, people need water that's clean. Poor sanitation can spread disease. Carbon-free energy is goal number 7, and how to achieve it is a question that's pressing. But if we put our minds together and work hard, we can find a solution, I'm guessing. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. Now imagine that you work all day for no pay. Economic growth and decent work is goal 8. Goal number 9 is to foster innovation in infrastructure and industrialization. Goal number 10, inequality reduction. 11 is sustainable city construction. 12, well, that's sustainable consumption, so what we use matches up with production. Goal 13 calls for urgent action to combat climate change, cause we know it's happening. 14, protect life under seas. 15, protect life on land. Goal 16 is for peace and justice all over the planet. They're in high demand. And the final goal, number 17, is the critical factor, the heart of the machine. It's the strength in the way we achieve these goals of sustainable development around the globe. Yo, 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it. 17 sustainable development goals to improve life all around the globe. Protecting human health and the environment. Whatever bed we make, we gon' have to lie in it.
Okay, we've got it now. This program is about how we transition to a global we. To help us each move into that new consciousness, we'll hear from Diane Marie Williams. Diane is the founder and president of the Source of Synergy Foundation, which birthed the Evolutionary Leaders Circle. Diane Marie Williams.
Thank you, Deborah, and everyone for sharing your powerful reflections, and welcome everyone tuning in to the Global Oneness Summit. We would like to now offer you a guided meditation that focuses on opening to your universal self and the global we. So let us begin by getting in a comfortable position. Please close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Inhale and exhale slowly and deeply. Please bring your awareness to the theme of this year's Global Oneness Summit, opening to your universal self, a self that is conscious that it is one with that which animates all existence. Your pure beingness that was there before the concept of self formed. A beingness that is one with an infinite, boundless, non-local, interconnected, conscious, sentient, loving, and intelligent field that predates the physical world. Now imagine the entire cosmos is inside your heart. All of the stars, galaxies, and multiverses, all the discoveries ever made, all the love stories that birth life. As you breathe in, feel your heart expand into the cosmos. As you breathe out, feel it grow even more deeply into who you are as your universal self that is also part of a cosmic collective we. What does this oneness feel like for you? Be aware of the sensations in your body. Feel into this deep connectivity that exists between all things in a greater whole, knowing that we are connected to the thoughts of every person, to the consciousness that pervades every animal, every plant, every rock, and every object that ever existed. Because of this connectivity, your astute senses and loving heart can intuitively feel when the collective we is living in a state of wholeness. We are also aware of how we have fragmented life on our planet. What does this fragmentation look and feel like for you? Perhaps it's the loss of life as a result of violence, our forests being decimated, an argument with a family member, or the countless beings that are suffering from hunger, poverty, and the lack of basic needs like clean air, fresh water, and shelter to keep them safe. Allow yourself to witness in your consciousness separation and take a moment to mourn the loss we feel when we move out of wholeness. Allow yourself to feel the grief that comes with the suffering and trauma that fragmentation has brought to the collective we. Be gentle with yourself. Within you, you carry the awareness that our fellow earthlings and our earth itself are suffering. Let's take a moment to hold in our hearts all those affected by separation. As part of the collective we are one with them. You can rest in knowing that you, as a part of the collective we, have joined the Global Oneness Summit with countless others as a unified whole, deeply knowing that unity consciousness is a powerful pathway to transmute fragmentation into oneness. Thank you for making this choice. Let's now take a moment to reflect upon and honor the qualities, gifts, and values that embody oneness that the collective we is calling forth to give our future the energy it needs to create a new form. Let's take in that our heart-based choices, actions, and commitments to do all that we can to improve the living conditions, health, happiness, and well-being of our fellow earthlings and our beautiful earth are rippling out into a vast field of cosmic communion where every sustainable development can be achieved. Everyone's basic needs can be met. Ecological integrity can be protected, where global cooperative partnerships can be birthed, where no one is left behind. We can and will change and reshape reality in this field. Together as evolutionary alchemists, using our most advanced innate, multidimensional human capacities, our loving hearts, and our determination to bring our world back into oneness, we will transform separation into a world that cares for and works for all, and thus catalyze the full manifestation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Breathe into this knowingness and begin to bring your awareness back into your body. Please take a few deep breaths and slowly and gently, as we move back into Zoom land, open your eyes when you're ready. May we remain open and receptive to what wishes to flow through us and support us in furthering our intention to create a world that works for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane Marie Williams. That was lovely. We have 3 additional members of the SDG Thought Leaders Circle with us today, all of whom have played dynamic roles at the United Nations. Following their remarks, we'll open the discussion to all of our panelists. But first, let's hear from Audrey Kitagawa, JD. Audrey is the president and founder of the International Academy for Multicultural Cooperation, president of the Light of Awareness International Spiritual Family, chair of the Anti-Racism Initiative, and co-chair of the Gender Equality Working Group of the G20 Interfaith Forum. We welcome Audrey Kitagawa.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. And my deepest appreciation to all of the organizers of this event for Global Oneness Day to address the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the Global We. When we speak about oneness and the global we, there is an underlying recognition that we are already one, existing in a unified field of being and living together on the one planet that we call Earth, that is our one and only home. And we have long recognized that no one lives in isolation, and the actions of one ultimately affects the whole, even as ripples in the pond affects the entire body of water that comprises the pond. And I would like to share how we can live inspired lives and values through the specific focus on an SDG that demonstrates the practical application that has taken place and shows the potential that can continue to take place. And I would like to focus on goal number 5, which is gender equality. There has been a historic disparity in the treatment of women around the world, who comprise half of the world's population. And it has been an important part of the UN's history and work to bring the status of women up in the world and create greater gender parity. And this work has created a body of global instruments that did not exist before the UN was created. And at the outset, we cite the importance of the preamble of the UN Charter, which recognizes the faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, and in equal rights of men and women. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights sets a common standard of achievements for all peoples and all nations, and it sets out for the first time fundamental human rights to be universally protected. And it recognizes the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family as a foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. And this is addressing the underlying unity of the human family. And the peoples of the United Nations have in the Charter reaffirmed their faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, and in the equal rights of men and women. and have determined to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. In both of these important documents, we find language that recognizes the equal rights of men and women and immediately places women on parity with men. However, it would take the continuous work of the UN over many years and vibrant civil society engagement and movements to unceasingly address the need to bring up the status of women. And over many decades, the UN has made significant progress in advancing gender equality, including through landmark agreements such as the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. In reality, however, no country has fully attained gender equality, even though gender equality means that men and women have equal power and equal opportunities for financial independence, education, and personal development. Yes, there is much work to be done to achieve the aspirational goals set forth in these global instruments, and we need to work together to see that gender equality becomes a living reality. When we can fulfill SDG number 5, we will be the greater expression of the unified global we, where the two halves come together as one. Thank you.
Next, we're happy to have Denise Scotto, Esquire, an attorney at law, policy advisor, and international speaker. Denise has served as a UN staff member at New York headquarters, focusing on reforming the internal system of justice, human rights, and the situation of civilians in war and armed conflict. And she has done so much important work for women and girls. Denise Scotto.
Thank you so much, Deborah. I'm so delighted to be with everyone today, colleagues and friends, and each and every one of you who are tuning in as we celebrate Global Oneness Day today. I'd like to take this opportunity for us to really just take a look at the UN flag so we can really feel this institution in our hearts. As Deborah said, I started my career at the UN reforming the UN internal system of justice. And then I did a lot of work on human rights. And in many ways, I was in meetings that were behind closed doors. And that means to be in meetings with member states and UN staff who serve the member states. And I've heard so many attacks of one member state against another, one person against another, is what Greg said, extreme positions. And this really shocked me and took me aback. But then at the end of the day, the diplomats and people are in the same lounge. And at the end of the day, things are moving. The work of the UN continues to go on. And this, I really believe, goes back to the foundation of the UN. And that foundation is the values and the underlying principles that gave birth to the United Nations, that force of creation that gives birth to each and every one of us and everything on this planet and everywhere. And it goes back to these values that allow us to really engage in the process of international cooperation, because that's what the UN is. It is a very special vehicle of international cooperation. And it is a process where people from all different walks of life, all different cultures, all different religions, different kinds of backgrounds. I'm talking about diplomats. I am talking about faith-based leaders. I am talking about academics, the business community. I am talking about youth, indigenous persons. I am talking about people who are civil society representatives. There is no other institution or place or space that convenes and has the ability to do that. We are talking about also people who are working in the field, people who are victims of atrocities and torture that no one should even imagine or even begin to experience. The values that Audrey read from the UN Declaration of Human Rights are those bedrocks that give rise, I believe, to what we do on a day-to-day basis to continue to have planetary evolution and transformation through the UN as this process of international cooperation as an institution. The many staff recreation clubs, the Enlightenment Society, which I've been involved with for decades and which I'm vice president of, the Feng Shui group, as you heard, CSVGC, the International Day of Yoga Committee, on and on and on, also continue to collaborate and to support the UN in many subtle ways. I'd like to bring up a different perspective, because I think that this is a best practice that really brings people together in collaboration, but in ways that can advance the UN's goals across the board. And I'm talking about the UN days. There are many special designated UN days. We know Global Oneness Day is UN Day, October 24. We also know International Women's Day, March 8. We also know World Refugee Day, Human Rights Day. The list is endless. It goes on and on and on. And I'd like to say that the International Day of Peace, which is celebrated September 21, which many of us on this program today have collaborated and just been so together for so many times celebrating, is one day which really, I think, brings people together to really promote a culture of peace and nonviolence, and is an opening. These days serve as an opening to understand about the UN, to have education about the UN, to share about the UN, to share about the work of the UN, to find a way that one can be interested and become involved in some small way in terms of moving the UN agenda forward. It's not just moving the UN agenda forward, it is about creating a better world and creating a better planet. It's about creating a planet that is a beautiful planet, that safeguards and protects our resources, all of these sentient beings, our animal companions. I could go on and on and on, but you understand what I'm talking about. And I'd really like to end by just saying that even though there are so many people who come to the UN and who live on this planet with spiritual beliefs, they may identify as one religion, they may identify as someone being spiritual, I'm a spiritual person. At the end of the day, I met so many people who, one, were humanists, who were atheists. It doesn't matter what the label is, because it's about their heart. Maybe about ethics, maybe about morals. At the end of the day, it's about people of goodwill with the will to do good. And that is what we are talking about. This unifies all of us. It brings us together. It connects us to something greater. It connects us to each and every one of us. And I'd like to end with just a little quote that many of you know. Many of you are yoga practitioners. We know the underlying principles of yoga, that truth is one, but the path is many. So with that, I just like to leave you with a sense of hope and to take a look at the UN website for all these UN days. There are so many days, and the SDGs may be too overwhelming to you, but the UN days are something that may be very attractive and you may find very easy to get involved. So I wish you peace. Namaste. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denise Scotto, for lifting up the work of the United Nations. And finally, we hear from another founding member of our circle, Richard Bohl, the author of several books about the essential shift needed for achieving the SDGs, including An Urgent Plea from the Future, the SDG alignments, The Last Unpolluted Place on Earth is Inside Ourselves, and most recently, The Unfolding of the Way. Richard is co-founder of Conscious World Citizens and also of the Global Center for Human Evolutionary Change. Richard Bohl.
Thank you for the invitation to speak on this call. The purpose of these kind of calls is to gather intelligence, and particularly new intelligence in the face of the colossal challenges that the world is facing. Now, we're already standing on one platform, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the intelligence gathering of the scientific community about the state of this world. And from that intelligence derived the Sustainable Development Goals, which are the 17 goals to really try to remake the world sustainable. And fine, that is one kind of intelligence gathering, but to move to the idea that we could somehow fix the world, make it right, which is the language of the SDGs, misses the vital step. And that's what this presentation of mine is about, is this essential shift that we're missing, which is about the human gathering of intelligence. And I'm going to use an old but not worn out phrase of Einstein's that I think is so little understood. And it is that the significant challenges we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. Now, the word that gets missed out is significant. What makes a challenge significant? It's in that aphorism. It's the fact that it is the level that we're at and the fact that we're not at the right level that makes the challenge we're facing significant. Now, this proposes a different kind of intelligence gathering amongst those of us who are trying to articulate the issues of a new time. First of all, this new intelligence does not start with us, it starts from another level. And the fact that we've each found each other in this world, here am I on a Greek island where we're residing, Dr. Kurt is in New York, Jude is in the UK, Greg is in west of America somewhere, sorry Greg, I don't remember, but that we have all found each other inside a level of concern about this world, so that the intelligence has already begun to work through people. Now, the second thing, and this is key, is that I believe that there is an honesty growing amongst people like ourselves that we do not know the answer to the challenges we face. And not knowing, and this goes right back to the philosophical roots of my own life, not knowing is itself an invitation to a new level. And that requires a new kind of honesty amongst people, that we're able to say to each other, we don't know, because the people on this call do not know. They are all trying to access, as I am, or let that level access us, of a new intelligence. And this is really a new kind of science, the science of spiritual intelligence, the fact that something in the evolutionary pressure of our times is trying to unfold through the human. So these are the different kinds of evidences that are coming into the human race. And until we have the honesty, and by honesty I mean honesty to purpose, to actually acknowledge that we don't know, we will continue along the line of the SDGs to propose more solutions based on how we do what we do, technology, and what we do, activity. And there the answer does not lie. We are an assembly of, or a congregation, a congruence of people who are forming around a new why, a new purpose. And consciousness is the revelation of that purpose in the human. Consciousness is not a goal. You cannot do a course and become conscious. You cannot go on a weekend's retreat and get conscious. But you can dwell inside the evidence inside oneself and share it with others, so that the evidence begins to accrue into the revelation that a new level of consciousness, a new level of thinking is afoot. Only those who have faced this in themselves can then find others of kind. So unity of consciousness comes from those who have that level of honesty of purpose in which they find the revelation of consciousness joining them together. To declare that we are somehow a unity is a social agreement and worthless in the face of these times. I hope this helps. There are 2 books. This is a UN bestseller about the SDGs and the reason why we can't address them from the level of our usual habit. It's a best-selling book there. And this is the new book coming out about the unfolding of the way, which I offer into this intelligence gathering, so that we can all contribute and throw the net of our life into this new evidence until it becomes overwhelming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard Bowl, for helping us understand the emerging unity of consciousness and how we can all contribute. We hope you now have a real sense of what the SDGs are, as well as the goals of our Thought Leaders Circle. Now, we'd like to hear from our wonderful speakers about how our Global Oneness Day theme, opening to your universal self, brings us into the global we, and how from this perspective of oneness, the UN SDGs can become a pathway to a sustainable future for all life on Earth. So here are our questions for our panelists. What is most vital in the challenge of achieving the SDGs? And how can each of us, as part of the global we, do our part in achieving these goals? The floor is open.
Well, this is Kurt Johnson. And, I was the introducer at the beginning, so I haven't said much since. That was my role. But here I think I can really chime in the context of everything that's been said and about this universal self relative to what the new science is telling us. And it's so important because the old story that we had been told from early Darwinism was that evolution was something that was in our face, it was working against us because it was about conflict and struggle and survival of the fittest, and thinking that fitness always meant who was the best at fisticuffs. Now, it's important that everybody know that that changed radically about 7 years ago. And the understanding now in science is that the definition of fitness as conflict and as competition is only true at the most primitive levels. And once there's any complexity and once there's a conscious being like ourselves, the definition of fitness actually changes to who is the best cooperator. And all of the incredible research that they did with supercomputers about how groups make decisions showed that it actually, nature works toward the very goal that Jude Currivan talked about, the good of the whole. And so we don't need to live in this thinking anymore that the evolutionary process is not aligned with the heart. And if you want to see more about that, see our discussions with the Dalai Lama at his home a couple years ago at Mind and Life Institute, where we were all happy to conclude that for maybe the first time in history, the message of the wisdom traditions of where evolution needs to go and where evolutionary processes actually taking it are one and the same. So that's really good news for everyone to be aware of.
Yeah, Kurt, thank you for that. I'm just going to chime in. This is unrehearsed, and it's perfect because I'm going to chime in on the science as well. You know, we make the choices in our lives based upon the way we've been taught to think about ourselves. It's our story. Science is changing our story, and one of the most fundamental shifts is precisely what you said, is that the fundamental rule of nature is based upon cooperation and not competition and struggle and scarcity. And when we can begin to address that fundamental thinking in our lives, this is key, because then the SDGs become the go-to solution that logically makes sense, rather than trying to awaken the SDGs in a thinking that is still based in the old paradigm. So I think this is one of the most powerful things. It's one of the most radical things that a human can do today is to shift the way that we think about ourselves and our relationship to the world and think independently for ourselves rather than what we are being conditioned to accept. And in that way, I think we honor one another and ourselves and the purpose and the potential of these SDGs. So I appreciate the opportunity just to chime in and say that.
And I'm so appreciative of what both Kurt and Greg have contributed. I think for our Thought Leaders Circle, all of us come together with this perspective that without a change, a transformational shift in our worldview, we cannot implement the SDGs because they do come from the old paradigm of materialism and separation, as we've all been saying. For me, as a cosmologist, this is an incredibly exciting moment because the leading edge of science at literally all scales of existence and across numerous fields of research is showing the same thing, that instead of material, separate world, which is meaningless, purposeless, accidental in terms of evolution, as Kurt said, literally that is being turned on its head. And the evidence is now showing that our universe exists and evolves as a unified entity. That consciousness isn't something we have, but literally what we and the whole world are. And that evolutionary impulse that's innate to our universe, from simplicity to complexity, is offering us opportunities to come together, to link up and lift up at this time, because that is the way of nature. That is the way of what's being discovered now. I call it a cosmology of consciousness. And at an even more profound level, it's a science of love. Our worldview of separation has driven a world of suffering. When we now are waking up to remember we're inseparable, nothing can stop us consciously evolving. As Audrey said, so much of us can come together. If conflict is the natural outcome of the old paradigm, then peace is the natural outcome of the new science, the new narrative that converges with universal spirituality, with indigenous teachings, with ancient wisdom teachings. And what an amazing opportunity for all of us to come together, to serve that and to live that in our lives.
I think Audrey has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you so much. In response to this very important question, Kurt has spoken about being super cooperators. And this is the evolutionary process that we are being called to undertake. And we are actually in a confluence of the evolutionary growth of our consciousness to the higher realms. And it brought to my mind this wonderful man some of us may have had the privilege to meet or know or hear, and that was Dr. Hans Peter Duhr. And he was the former president of the Max Planck Institute. He was a quantum physicist as well as a nuclear physicist. And he wrote the seminal Potsdam Manifesto. And he said that in the unseen world of atoms and bosons, they do cooperate. And so this word cooperation was very important to him. And he went all around the world speaking about the importance of cooperating and performing in the manifest world what the unmanifest elements already have understood. And we do understand inherently the importance of coming together. We do understand our interdependent nature and how coming together and cooperating with each other is actually vital to our survival. So it has spawned great global movements that we are seeking to create the tipping points for transformation. And overall, the SDGs does not really address the need for the economic structures in and of themselves to change. And someone earlier had mentioned about examining, the actual indicators of what growth is. And it's not necessarily the indicator of well-being. So the truth of interdependence of life is that we must, in many ways, return to knowing what our ancestors have known. and is confirmed by the observations being used by the advancement of contemporary science. And our well-being depends on the well-being of the earth in this interdependent web of life to which we all belong. And our economic life should be organized around serving communities rather than money-serving corporations. And getting there requires radical transformation of cultural values and institutional structures that are focused on caring for the well-being and health of the environment, since our survival does depend on the healthy earth and environment. And it gives me great inspiration and great hope that when communities of people come together, just as we are doing today, becomes the expressions of our cooperative nature to create these global movements that speak to our inherent values of looking for the goodwill and well-being of all of humanity. Thank you.
So this is a really wonderful and inspiring conversation, and it's touched on spirituality, it's touched on consciousness, it's touched on science and technology and how that plays a part in the SDGs. I want to speak just for a moment about coming back to my perspective as a practitioner of organizational and system change, because having been involved in developing and working on strategies to actually implement some of these SDGs on the ground, one thing that is very clear to me is that the methodologies we use to go about actually implementing these SDGs, those methodologies themselves are embedded with philosophies and consciousness. And so the use of different kinds of methodologies actually do effect a change in consciousness and a change in how we think. Much like Richard Bowles had said, we need to change our way of thinking. So for example, using top-down authority-based approaches to achieve change simply reinforce a sense of separation, say, between those who govern and those who are governed. But more participative models tend to promote more of a sense of the global we, or the sense of shared and collective consciousness, as opposed to consciousness and power that's just invested in one place or another. So I think it's very important that we consider not just the importance of the SDGs and the consciousness that goes into them, but also how are we going about achieving them. And as was said many years ago by Marshall McLuhan in his famous book, says the medium is the message. And I think we need to think not just about the goals we want to achieve and the thinking and consciousness we bring to it, but the methods we are using by which we achieve them if we're going to be serious about making progress on the SDGs. Thank you.
I just like to bring us back to something that is an important reminder. The United Nations is about we the peoples, right? I think at the end of the day, sometimes we think it's about governments, but if we take a look at the foundational documents of the UN, we the peoples. So that means that our thoughts matter. Our thoughts are important and they have power. And it's about us to take the action that's appropriate for us where we are, even if it's a small action. Even if it means signing an online petition to save the planet or to save elephants or to advocate for clean water. That's something that can be an easy step to do, but that is something that is empowering. And we can take those kinds of actions and build upon those small actions because every step matters. And that's the message I'd like to leave everyone with, that we are powerful beings. And sometimes we don't realize it. We are powerful. And then when we connect with others, and when we connect, let's say at the UN, when one NGO connects with another NGO, when we get together and we create a greater community, that is so powerful. And that expands and amplifies the message and the actions that we can take. And those positive actions have a ripple effect. So I just like to leave you with that. Again, my parting words, we the peoples. Thank you so much.
Warm thanks to all of our wise and heart-based thought leaders for offering us hope about how the SDGs can be a vehicle for expressing the emergence of the global we the peoples, for the benefit of all. And now, Diane Marie Williams will review some possible action steps going forward. Diane?
So we wanted to offer some practical ways each of us can directly support the SDGs, as accomplishing the SDG agenda is not just for the United Nations representatives or policymakers to do. It's truly going to take a full-scale global movement to succeed. And if humanity works as a team and wholeheartedly embraces the goals as a global vision, and a critical mass of the world's population plays an active role in consciously achieving them, we can soon see social, economic, and technological progress on a scale we have never seen before. And there are many simple yet profound ways we can each contribute to achieving the SDG agenda. Social impact can happen in every sector, including in our homes, schools, communities, and workplaces through conscious choices, lifestyle changes, and everyday actions. And the global goals helps us to look more mindfully at our own lives to identify the ways our lifestyle might contribute to global challenges like climate change, inequality, and the excess use of the world's finite resources, and implement simple changes in our everyday lives. So every simple thing we do, like using, for instance, a renewable shopping bag, like a canvas bag, instead of a paper or a plastic bag when we go shopping, is a small action with a big impact, as this action plays a part in protecting habitats and the humans and the animals in them by reducing waste, carbon emissions, and pollution, as well as saving the lives of countless animals that mistake plastic for food. And just wanted to give you some resources quickly. There's a wonderful free app called A World in Support of Act Now that guides and inspires the users in taking tangible, everyday choices and actions towards living a sustainable lifestyle. And their tips of the day, and even a way to track the impact you're making, like the CO2 and water you save. And it also has a really cool feature where it can track how many acts of kindness your generous heart was inspired to do. And all together, these actions are literally giving our planet and all of its inhabitants a real infusion of hope that we will succeed. There are other great resources like Be the Change initiative that the UN is offering as a free toolkit for your work, or if you're a student or a teacher, your school can use it to organize your own initiative. Just look on un.org/sustainable-development/be the change. There's the hashtag Global Goals app that lists the 17 global goals and really helps one learn more about the goals through inspiring articles and quotes and targets being met for achieving the goals. And of course, there's globalgoals.org website. It makes it really easy to spread awareness about the goals through our social media networks that we're all a part of. They have a database of compelling social media images that you can share for free. And of course, you can always repost from the Global Goals Instagram and Twitter accounts to raise awareness among your friends and followers. And as an employee, we can do our part in making an impact on SDG number 10 that focuses on reducing inequalities by standing up against racism, exclusion, discrimination, and injustice when we see it happen. We can all make an impact on SDG number 17, partnerships for the goals, by networking with like-minded friends, colleagues, companies, and organizations to explore what you can do collectively to accelerate the activation of the goals, and also sharing one's time and resources by volunteering at an organization that actively contributes to meeting the goals is a great way to get involved. You can find such organizations on globalgoals.org, the same website. And studies have shown that positive altruism benefits both the recipient and the giver. And research has discovered that helping others can not only improve your and the recipient's well-being, including releasing endorphins that causes positive changes in the brain linked with happiness, it can also increase feelings of optimism, a sense of belonging, and reduce isolation that so many of us are feeling these days. And if you're in a financial position to do so, you can donate to organizations that are actualizing the goals. It's another great way to lend your support. There's many of those organizations on the UN website. And in closing, I wanted to say one of the most significant ways we can use our resources is to help achieve SDG number 4, that focuses on ensuring quality education by sponsoring a child that needs financial help in completing their education, especially now, as the UN has reported recently that the COVID pandemic has wiped out 20 years of education gains that were made. So supporting the education of the future generation is investing in all of our future. So there are many ways you can support the SDGs. We encourage you to visit the globalgoals.org website to explore how you can use your gifts to support this global movement to create a world that works for all. Thank you.
Now we go to Dr. Jude Curvin for some inspiration.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you, Diane. The theme of the Global Oneness Summit this year is opening in your universal self. Our panel today has explored how we may do this to serve transformational change by expanding our perception and compassion from the me to a global we, and to do so within the ultimate and sentient oneness that lovingly animates and connects all existence and guides all evolution. So, as our panel comes to a completion, we invite you to continue to open up to your universal self and join us to act local, feel global, and think cosmic in a short visualization. Please recenter your awareness as Diane guided us earlier in the field of consciousness of your universal self and the oneness that holds us and all existence in its love. For 3 pulses, each of 30 seconds duration, and in the silence of each, I invite you to intuitively sense, in acting local, how you may bring the presence of your universal self to what you experience in your daily life, your family, your community. And in feeling global, how you may bring the presence of your universal self to co-create and co-weave with the global we of our human family, our planetary home, Gaia, and all her children. And in thinking cosmic, how you may bring the presence of your universal self and of oneness into all that you are and do in the world, and for the good of the whole. Thank you for making the conscious choice to open to a universal self. Now breathing into your heart to lovingly welcome its presence. Gently bring your awareness back into your body and open your eyes. And as Diane said, come back to Zoomland. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Jude Curvin, for helping us all to feel into the global we that is at the heart of Global Oneness Day and the achievement of the UN SDGs. For our closing, we will hear once again from Greg Braden.
Oh, thank you, Deborah, and thank you, Jude, for bringing us together in that beautiful way. And you and Diane have laid the foundation for so much of what I wanted to say. And I just want to thank all of my friends and my colleagues for the opportunity to come together in this way, and especially Humanities team for bringing Global Oneness Day to us and making it possible for so many years. You know, I think the thing that I am most asked by individuals who sense that something is happening and want to contribute, they ask me the question, what can I do? And I think we've laid the foundation to that answer today. It's important to act locally and do what we can in our community. But when we feel compelled to take our actions to a greater, a broader, a larger audience, the UN SDGs allows us to scale our contributions to a planet. And so many people, you know, they want to start new. They want to reinvent the wheel. They want to build from scratch. And that can be a very beautiful thing for those that are drawn to do that. And for those that would like to join an organization, a project, a process that's already built, that is already funded, that is already organized, that 193 nations of this planet have signed on to, the UN SDG 2030s offers a unique opportunity to do just that. So I'm just going to close with a powerful statement that guides every day of my life from the Sufi poet Khalil Gibran. I know many of you are familiar with him, who said that work is love made visible. Work is love made visible. It takes a lot of work to change the way that we think, to break through the conditioning of our past. That is our love made visible. I think we're worth it. I think our planet is worth it. And I wanted to thank everyone with us today for sharing a part of your day and doing the best you can do to be the best version of yourself, to make the best version of this world possible. So thank you. And Deborah, I'm going to turn it right back over to you now.
I'm going to hand it over to our host, Dr. Kurt Johnson, for his parting remarks.
So yes, thanks to all who have contributed to this program and those who've joined us at this Global Oneness Summit. So please, for sure, take a further look into the work of the SDG Thought Leaders Circle at our website, which is at sdgthoughtleaderscircle.org. And feel free to contact us there at the Contact Us page, especially if you wish to receive notices about future programs and activities. So we the peoples, lots of love from all of us. Be safe and be well.
Peace is not a counterculture. Peace allows counter to culture. Peace is a culture, simply a way of being. By asking, we're co-creating. My being cannot be taken away by your being. You're adding, interweaving. Your being cannot be taken away by my being. They're rising, realizing. Their being cannot be taken away by our being. We're rising, self-realizing. Our being cannot be taken away by our being. Peace is achieved the moment we choose to be at peace with the fact that X external circumstances, a map, an internal process projected from lack. Wait a minute, step back. How do we have peace when we're under attack? Quite simply, we choose peace. Hold up, what are you saying? This is life or death that you're playing. That's one choice. I choose peace. Peace is a choice, a mental invoice. It represents perception embedded with joy. The senses show us direct message reflection, the mirror image of self, our most holy connection. Would you like to assess your state of peace? Look about and see what you perceive. Here now need not be changed but extended. Contentment with present can be never ended. Incidentally, let's address the mental beliefs, the ones that cloud our ascent to peace. We're sent in peace, not in conflict. Being is guaranteed, no thing can stop it. God is by definition all of ourself. To think that God is separate from us is hell. But hell is but a mental state, a choice that we can recreate. So set it straight, shed the weight, and meditate. Because by asking, we're co-creating. My being cannot be taken away by your being. You're adding, interweaving. Your being cannot be taken away by my being. They're rising, realizing. Their being cannot be taken away by our being. We're rising, self-realizing. Our being cannot be taken away by our being. So let's be in peace. We don't need to wait. We don't need to force external circumstance. We don't need to make demands of change. We simply must be at peace. It's a choice to choose now. Eternally now. Be at peace. Make that choice. Be at peace. And watch your external circumstance unfold.
রুকসানা, হিউম্যানিটিস টিম, বাংলাদেশ। আমরা সবাই এক।
Humanities Team Hrvatska, Saša.
Todos somos uno.
Todos somos uno.
Muraho, nitwa Ladislas Nkundabanyanga, mpagarariye Humanity Team iwacu mu Rwanda. Murakoze.
私たちはみんな違っていても一つです。We are Humanities Team Japan.
Hi everyone, my name is Taruja. I am from Humanities Team Taiwan. We are all one. 我们是合一的。
Hello, I'm Patricia Feldner from Humanities Team Germany. Wir sind alle eins.
Hi everyone, this is Cynthia Joy. I am the country contact in Singapore. We are all one. In Mandarin, it is 人类共同体.
I'm Bibi from Humanities Team Trinidad and Tobago, and we are all one.
David Mendieta, Humanities Team Colombia. Todos somos uno.
Yo soy Natalia, del equipo de la Humanidad Costa Rica. Todos somos uno.
Hola, mi nombre es Hien Sun Chu y quiero dejarte el mensaje de que todos somos uno.
Hi, my name is Telia. I represent Estonia. Me oleme kõik üks.
Happy Oneness Day, everyone. I am Carmelina Zullo, Italian representative for Humanities team, and I wish you a great celebration. Siamo tutti uno.
Komi Biachler fürs Humanities Team Schweiz. Wir sind alle eins. Das ist das Motto.
From Humanities in Honduras, Raúl Escobar. Nosotros somos uno.
Maurício Luiz Faraquian, Brasil. Somos todos um.
Hola, soy Said de Humanities Team Perú. Todos somos uno.
Ilona Juhász, Country Coordinator for Hungary. Mindannyian egyek vagyunk.
Hello, everyone. My name is Diana, and I'm really happy to represent at Humanities Team my country, Bulgaria. Ние всички сме едно.
Sunana Rahina. Ina ɗaya daga cikin shugabannin Humanities Team na ƙasar Najeriya. Ina zaune a Abuja. Dukanmu ɗaya ne, we are one. Dukanmu ɗaya ne a duniya. Iskan da na shaƙa, shi ka shaƙa, shi ke ma kika shaƙa. Mu tuna mu ringa nuna ma juna sau da ƙauna. Mu ringa tallafa ma juna. Dukanmu ɗaya ne a duniya, we are one.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Goldman, and I would like to welcome you to this, the 12th Annual Global Oneness Summit. And we are doing a panel on compassion and sound to manifest oneness. It's an extraordinary honor to be here with you with an illustrious series of guests for this panel. And what an extraordinary thing to Hi, I'm Jonathan Goldman, and I would like to welcome you to this, the 12th Annual Global Oneness Summit. And we are doing a panel on compassion and sound to manifest oneness. It's an extraordinary honor to be here with you with an illustrious series of guests for this panel. And what an extraordinary thing to create oneness. First of all, is so mandatory because it is through oneness that we can really manifest all that is and stop the divisiveness and all the little things that separate us from one another. And from my perspective, compassion has been a real key to doing this. And working with sound and compassion may be one of the great ingredients of manifesting this. We have on our panel today some extraordinary guests who work with compassion and sound. First, I want to just thank so much Steve and everyone related to Humanities Team, Garth, everyone who is bringing this opportunity to you and to the planet so we can create oneness and compassion together. So thank you. And this is my beloved wife, Andy. Hi, Andy, who is, if you like, a panelist and also a co-facilitator. So she'll be working with me on that. And we're going to introduce our illustrious guests who are just extraordinary beings. And it's such an honor to be having them on this panel today, talking about compassion and sound to manifest oneness. Geshe Nawang Tashi Bapu, better known as Lama Tashi, has been principal chant master of the Dalai Lama's Drepung Losling Monastery and has served as director of the Central Institute of Himalayan Cultural Studies in India, which is where he's coming from. India. Lama Tashi's Tibetan deep voice is world-renowned. He was the first Buddhist monk to be nominated for a Grammy for his recording of Tibetan master chants. He's a renowned scholar and speaker on subjects regarding compassion, wisdom, and other intricate areas of Tibetan Buddhist teaching. His website is lamatashi.com. Welcome, Lama Tashi.
And Jonathan, and Chloe, I'm going to be letting our audience know about you. But before I do that, I just want to take this opportunity to say that as we are opening up to our universal self, which is the theme of this 12th annual Global Oneness Summit, what a beautiful opening this is. We have Chloe from England, we have Lama Tashi from India, and of course we're here in Boulder, Colorado. So there is a universal flow of energy between us already.
Thank you.
And I'd love to introduce to our audience, many of you already know Chloe Goodchild, but I would like to share with you her background. Put my glasses on though. Chloe Goodchild creates communities of sound online and in person called Singing Fields for the practice of authentic communication, spoken and sung, leading to caring and compassionate relationships. A Grammy-nominated vocalist, Chloe has numerous albums, including Sura and Fierce. Chloe is creator of the Naked Voice workshops, CDs, and DVDs, and the author of the Naked Voice autobiography. Her website is thenakedvoice.com. And I just have to say that it is such a gift, Chloe, to have you as part of our panel with Lama Tashi and Jonathan and myself. So thank you, Chloe.
Very much. It's a great honor to be here.
And what about you?
Okay.
Andy Goldman is a licensed psychotherapist specializing in holistic counseling and sound therapy. She's director of the Healing Sound Seminars and co-director of the Sound Healers Association. A musician, teacher, author, and sound healer, Andy is the co-author with me, Jonathan Goldman, of the award-winning books Chakra Frequencies and The Humming Effect. And the website is healingsounds.com.
And what about you, Mr. Jonathan? May I be honored to read your bio. Jonathan Goldman is an international founding pioneer in the field of sound healing. He is a renowned writer, musician, and teacher. Jonathan is the author of numerous award-winning books, including Healing Sounds and the 7 Secrets of Sound Healing. A Grammy nominee, his award-winning recordings include Chakra Chants, Ultimate Om, The Divine Name. He is the founder and director of the Sound Healers Association and CEO of Spirit Music. His website, healingsounds.com. And I just want to add that together, Jonathan and Andy, that would be me, we are the co-directors of World Sound Healing Day. And it is our honor to be part of this panel.
I mean, we have such a great panel, but we wanted to be able to contribute too. So we said, hey, let us break barriers and be both facilitators, co-hosts, and panelists. What a thought. So thank you, everyone who's tuning in. And I thought that we would begin by just asking some questions, see where this goes, but just the concept of compassion. If you could all speak for under 5 minutes with what does compassion mean to you? Because it seems to mean a little bit different to everyone that we speak to. So what is your, if you like, not only definition of compassion, but why do you think compassion is important for oneness and for anything else? So I'm going to pass this on to Chloe. Chloe, good child. Tell us about compassion.
Well, for me, compassion, when you break down the word, when you actually look inside the word, con and passion, so with passion, it, for me, sits side by side like two wings with wisdom. And compassion, for me, is like the evolution of empathy. So with empathy, you are listening into the well-being or the suffering of a human being, and you're really aligning yourself perhaps with that person, with what they're going through, and the sheer act of listening empathically from the center of the chest, the heart, enables another person, just the sheer act of being heard. But very often what can happen with empathy is that you're in a relationship with that other person where when you bring that relationship into a more conscious presence of compassion, you then find that you are listening to the suffering from a much deeper place. And so for me, compassion is an act which releases suffering without effort. It integrates the personal and the interpersonal and then the transpersonal relationship with love, actually. And so sometimes I've noticed in my own life, when the empathy is over dominating, and the compassion helps me to remember that there is a larger, there's a larger force, a larger wisdom at play, that is taking care in ways that we might not even imagine possible. And so that for me is compassion. And I have to say for myself, to have been lucky enough to be in the presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, for example, on 3 occasions, having the chance and the great good fortune to be within a few feet of him, where he was actually giving he was actually speaking, he was invited to speak at London University to an audience of Christians and Buddhists. And he asked me to be able to sing in such a way as the sound would integrate those people over there with those people over there, so that the 2 religions themselves could hear themselves as one spiritual presence, one spiritual community. And so it was really from him that I started to learn how the sound of compassion can also release and bring peace to where there might otherwise be, difference and diversity of opinion and so on. And humor is a very strong part of that. That's what I also learned from him about that too.
Beautiful. Thank you, Chloe. And Chloe, meet Lamatashi. You've sung for him. Lamatashi, I know, has chanted for His Holiness. Wow. Lamatashi, what does compassion mean to you? Why is it important? Tell us about compassion from your viewpoint.
If I go for the definition, according to Tibetan Buddhism, compassion is the wish that desires the being to be free from the pain and suffering. That's a compassion. And that's why it is said that it's like one side of coin, and then on the other side, it's like love. Love and compassion are like 2 sides of coin. When you want other to be free from the suffering, you want those beings to be with the happiness. So that's the one thing. But when we talk about the Mahayana point of view, it says that in general, we do have a compassion. We all have a compassion towards our beloved one, no doubt. But when we talk about the Mahayana talks about the inclusive nature, including all beings, not no one left behind. So most important part is you desire everyone free from the pain and suffering, including those who with whom you had difficulties with, like so-called enemy. You have to have that same kind of wish, desiring them to be free from the pain and to be with happiness. That's why when we chant mantra of Avalokiteshvara, that's Om Mani Padme Hum, it's referred as a mani. Mani is a jewel, actually, Sanskrit word for jewel. So, in one hand, among all the spiritual practices, compassion is the most important. It's like a jewel. And one of great masters said, even for Buddhas, the compassion plays the best role, not just for sentient being. Like when bodhisattvas, they start their practice, it's like a manure for our farm, the water that we need for our farm to grow the plants or grains. And then in between, that also need the water to ripe. And then once it's, final point when you become Buddha, again, the compassion is the one that makes them continue their compassionate service. So in all stages, the compassion is the most important part of the practice or Buddhist practice. So in brief, the compassion is the one that really brings good for ourselves and all other beings. If we end up with to be just selfish, do not care for the goodness of other being, then as a result, we may end up in trouble again, because we are depending to all other beings. That's one of the reasons when we practice compassion, we talk about dependent nature of our existence. We exist, depend on others' contribution. So you cannot be selfish. You cannot survive without the contribution of other beings. Because of that, we should have a compassion towards other beings, and we should have love towards other beings, not just those that we love, those who are good for us, but also to those who are not really good to us and with whom we find difficulties, right? So even towards them, we should develop our compassion to wish that desires them to be free from the pain. So in brief, wish that desires other beings to be free from the pain. That is compassion.
Beautiful. Thank you, Lama Tashi. All right, my dear. If you like, tell us about compassion from your perspective.
Oh, thank you. I mean, both of what you all have said, Chloe and Lama Tashi, I mean, I just ditto. And I'm reminded of a quote by Thich Nhat Hanh, who said that when there is understanding, compassion is born. And that really resonated with me, because my feeling of my view of compassion is, yes, that all beings be free from suffering. And how can we go about doing that? And of course, if we can go into that depth of understanding all people, there is something that happens where we, the separation, that separation begins to dissolve when we can sort of walk a mile in another man's shoes. And of course, when I think about compassion too, there's so many qualities that I think about, like forgiveness and non-judgment and loving kindness. And I know just for myself, when I am in that place of non-judgment, I feel kindness toward all beings. And I feel that, you know, that forgiveness is also important to begin to dissolve any kind of separation and bring in oneness. However, I think it's so important to forgive ourselves and to begin to feel that loving kindness and that compassion for ourselves. And then once that happens, we are able to give it back out to the world and to have that wish that all beings be free from suffering actually manifest. So compassion is a topic I think that we could all probably spend an hour each on, but I really appreciate having this chance. So thank you.
And now the question comes back to me, and I have nothing planned because I wanted to see what you all were going to say. So if I had anything to add, I don't really have much to add. I just loved everything that everyone has said. The only thing I would suggest is that from my perspective, there's such divisiveness, once again, such separation. And if the subject is oneness, then if we can somehow practice compassionate understanding of other people, even though that person may, you know, from one level, we may not really appreciate what they're doing. It may not be on the same, shall we say, wavelength of frequency as us, but it's so important that we understand and can go, okay, I can understand where this person is coming from, so that we don't generate any sort of anger or separateness for them, and we can be as one, because it is only through being as one that we can manifest together. Wow.
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right. So the next one is, we talked about compassion for a moment. Once again, I know all of us indeed speak for an hour on the subject of compassion. The next question is sound. What does sound mean to you? How do you work with sound? Because obviously on a level, as people, sound could be hearing, sound could be our voice, sound can be what not. It can be anything, it can be listening, can be, you know, doing music. There are a million different ways of perceiving sound. I was just interested in how everyone here perceives of sound. How do you work with sound? Chloe Goodchild, how do you work with sound?
Well, for me, and this is my gratitude to India, really, and the perennial wisdom tradition, to experience sound as the ground of consciousness. So, and I suppose that experience of sound as the ground of consciousness started when I was about 4, when I actually, following traumatic surgery on my ears, was partially, almost totally deaf for about 3 years. And so during that time, silence was my sound. And so the experience of the elements, you know, the wind, the impact of sound as vibration on my very tiny little post-toddler body was really my first introduction to this. Obviously, I couldn't have named it as sound as the ground of consciousness at that time, but there was no question that even though there was that apparent, you know, traumatic experience, nevertheless, it was a wake-up call. I feel now, when I look back on my life, what a blessing it was, because I also was able to hear sound from the inside out. And so the social sound that was going on around me, my dad was an Episcopal priest, and there were 5 children. There was a lot of strong-willed energy roaring about. And so a lot of that was absent for me. And I looking back, I actually feel quite lucky that, that I was able just to be able to start learning how to listen in different ways, more than listening to social energy going on around me. So when my hearing came back, the experience of music was like a refuge. It was a bridge into the social world and learning how to engage socially with people more effectively and so on. But music was always the bridge. And so I then found myself passionately drawn to every choir I could get involved in. I'm aware of how unbelievably privileged I was at that level. And my parents followed that. I played the clarinet, and I played the cello, and I played the piano. And I was able to go to the Royal College of Junior College of Music in the Royal Academy of Music in London. And I think both of you have been there, right? I think you did a course there sometime. Yeah.
We did. Yeah.
So choral sound then kind of rode in on silence, the silence I'd experienced as a child. And I was just like, wow, if this is what life's about, I'm really happy to be here, But it wasn't really until I started to experience, I realized there was a lot of suffering going on within the Western understanding of the use of sound as entertainment, as performance. It created a kind of separateness. It required people to, impress other people and all of that. And I started becoming aware of, hang on a minute, surely this is not what music is about. So I imagine there must be a training out there, a training in sound as a spiritual practice. And I couldn't really find it in my own culture. Obviously, there it was in Bach and Beethoven and Mozart and, the whole kind of symphony of consciousness that was there in Western music. But it wasn't really until I started feeling a kind of constant dissatisfaction with the more surface use of sound, perhaps, in the Western world, that I had to go to Africa and India. And it was really in Africa, East Africa, that I was just submerged for 7 months in communities for which sound was just still an integral part of everyday life. It wasn't some separate, privileged performance thing. And then India really brought together my absolute passion and longing to find a spiritual language that would really integrate my own love of spirit, my own sense of questions coming up, like, who am I? What am I doing here? None of that was answered in school. And so it wasn't really till I dived into the non-dual lineage of India and my encounter with Ananda Mahima, first of all in dreams, and then following, actually, I discovered that she herself had literally spent most of her life singing and chanting as one of her major forms of teaching. And then meeting Harilal Punjaji, who became known as Papaji, and starting to realize that I was in India. Suddenly I was going to non-dual meditations on the one side, and then I was going over to work with my North Indian vocal teacher on the other. And I was going, surely these two the same, these go together, surely these go together. And so it was really the connection with sound as the ground of consciousness in the presence of these non-dual self-inquiry journey that I found myself on, that for a period of time in the early 90s, the egoic mind actually just disappeared for a period of about 6 months. It was during that time that I started to really understand that there's a role that sound can play, and that has been playing for millennia, that no one taught me about in my Western education. So I came back to the West, and silence was really the ground of this from childhood. So I thought there must be a training. I couldn't find a training, so I just started, put up a notice in my local community hall and just said, does anybody want to find their voice? And 30 people showed up. And from then on, this experience of just really exploring voice as a process of non-judgmental listening to begin with, and the voice as a conduit, a conductor, a messenger of the soul or the self, yes, started to really come alive in these conversations between people. So I would simply start by saying, how do you feel and how does that sound? And that was one of our first teaching practices. How do you feel and how does that sound? And then what quality of silence does your sound leave behind? And so those three components of really reining the emotions into letting this sound reveal the nature of the emotion, and then allowing the silence to bring the listener into a deeper state of non-judgmental listening. So for me, sound has been an extraordinary teacher, basically, and it continues to be.
Super, Chloe, beautiful. Lama Tashi, can you tell us about you, what sound means to you, how you work with it, and
when we talk about ourselves, we talk about ourselves composed of 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. So the 3 elements, earth, water, and fire, they are not as important as a wind element, because when we talk about the subtlest level of our mind, when we go through life to life, there's a point that we leave behind these first 3 elements, but wind elements will always continue with us. And when we talk about the sound, of course, it's very important to talk about this recitation of mantra in Tibetan Buddhism, why it's important. Here, we talk about this, the relationship between the wind elements and the sound. Wind elements, also we talk about the subtlest level of wind energy. And it makes a sound, very subtlest level. It still makes a sound. So it's like in our body, we have these elements. That's one of our bodies, like physical body, like body made out of earth element, body made out of water element, body made out of fire elements, and now body made out of wind elements. And that wind element is always with the sound, vibration, or you call it frequencies or sound, whatever. So one of the purpose of the mantra is transform that part of the body that is composed of the wind energy into a positive body. That becomes very important. So you might want to know what is the mantra and how does it relate. Of course, the mantra is a sound. When we talk about the mantra, what is mantra? Mantra is a sacred word, or in one hand you can say it's enlightened word, which carries only the positive meaning, no negative meaning. Mantra is a word that carries positive meaning only. So imagine that if you want to transform all those wind particles in your body into a mantra, nature of mantra, or the sound that is carrying the positive meaning only, that will definitely transform you, the person, from an ordinary being. So that's why we talk about the body, speech, and mind, transforming all three into enlightened body, which is called Ku, three bodies of the enlightened beings. So that's one of very important part, and especially since the sound is always functions with wind energy, and the wind energy always stays with the being, even at the subtlest level of our consciousness, where the three elements are completely gone. No earth element, no water element, no fire element, but the wind element is still there and the sound is still there. So that's why when we talk about the mantra, it is that the main purpose of recitation of mantra, which of course with mindfulness, is to erase all false impressions and bless yourself with the positive words only, or transforming all those wind energy in ourself, like oxygens, in our blood cells. Every part of our body, there's a wind energy. And if you transform them all, same entity of mantra, the words carries the only positive meanings, no negative meanings. That will definitely transform ourselves. So like transforming entire our breathings and all those wind elements, those are in with oxygen or whatever, transforming that into a sacred sound or sacred mantra, that will bring a huge, big changes in the being, in the field of positive being level. So that's why this recitation of mantra with mindfulness is to erase all the negative impression in ourselves and fill ourselves with all the positive words, positive sounds. And then finally take us to that state. And that's why it's very important reciting mantra. And of course, if I get chance later on, I will talk. That, definitely work with our motivation, right? Sometimes you can say a good word, but it can carry a bad meaning, negative meaning. But we want to have all our sound just carries the positive meaning. That's the mantra and the sound. That's what plays important role in Tibetan Buddhism.
Beautiful, Amatashi. Thank you. And beloved Andy Goldman, tell us about sound and your work with it. What do you?
Well, from my perspective, I think it's really such a beautiful opportunity to be here at the annual Global Oneness Summit. And when I think of sound, I can't think of a better medium than to create oneness with people. And I know when I work with sound and when I think about the importance of sound as a healing modality, I think of frequency, and I think of how our thoughts and our intentions are part of that frequency. And if we can, shift our frequency and embrace our oneness and our connection with everyone, how beautiful that is to work with sound, to have that energy ride on our sound. And it's interesting because I know when we are making sound, whether we're singing or whether we're toning or humming, oxytocin, the hormone oxytocin, is emitted. That is the trust hormone. And we begin to feel a connection with not only ourselves, but with the people that we're sounding with. And what beautiful way than to feel that connection and that unity that is out there through our sound. And so for me, working with sound is really all about connection. And and shifting our frequency and keeping as much as possible that frequency in the oneness, in the compassion, in the connection, the loving kindness, and holding that as we sound forth with whatever sounds we are working with. So thank you.
Beautiful, Andy. Wow, what a question. I don't think I would have answered if I realized, because this is such an all-encompassing question. I was going, how do I answer this? I've been working in sound for over 40 years, and where do you begin? Everything is sound. Everything is in a state of vibration, so therefore everything is sound. So what is sound? Sound is everything. In the beginning was the word. I think what I want to focus on in a brief couple of minutes is just the idea, as Andy was saying, that through working with sound and through sounding together, whether it's mantra or singing or even just humming, we can get the release of oxytocin, all sorts of other wonderful things that cause us on a physiological level to be in harmony, and also we entrain together. When we are making sound together, we vibrate together, which means we also come into a state of oneness. I want to just, bring from my past a formula that I created back in the 80s, which is frequency. And we were talking about sound being frequency. And Lamatashi, we were talking about motivation. I call it intent. But the idea that the sound and the intention, sound can be encoded with the consciousness that we give it, and therefore has a particular type of effect. Tasha, I love that the mantras have positive phenomena and all that stuff. And I think it's just so important whenever we make a sound, or even hear a sound or receive a sound, but even if we're talking to somebody, that we do it with the intention of being as compassionate and loving, as kind as possible, because people pick that up. It's as simple as that. So when we're making sound, and there's a lot of focus these days on making healing sounds and whatnot, and sacred sounds, and it's important. What are we encoding on the sacred sound as we make it, or what are we encoding on the sound, whether it's a hum or a choral choir or a mantra or even just speech? What is being coded? Because that's so, from my perspective, very, very important. Okay, wow, we're doing great. I love this time-wise, and what an honor it is to have everyone here. This is just beyond my greatest dreams of what is manifesting. All right, this talk about manifestation, okay? This is an all-in-one, two questions in one. Number one, how can we use sound and compassion to manifest oneness, or do you have a daily practice that also you recommend to help manifest compassion through sound? Chloe, good child.
Well, laughter is a good idea. The sound of laughter. But when you ask that question about how does sound and compassion come together for people, I'm remembering being with His Holiness again in Northern Ireland when he came over to share the peace talks with the leaders of the Roman Catholic and the Protestant church. And it was just incredible. It was a very, very sensitive situation. There were a lot of people involved. There was a lot of security involved. And, there was this big, what's called it's a wall that actually literally divides the two respective religions, right? And every time somebody comes to bring peace or to really generate a compassionate spirit there, they have these massive gates that open, and they call them the peace gates that open. And in order that we were absolutely equidistant between the Catholics and the Protestants, it was important to, we ended up geographically, we had to be in a car park. So he had to set up the stage for His Holiness and everyone in this car park. And because it was absolutely equidistant between the two complementary sides, I would like to say, but, you know, two distinct ways of looking at the same Christian logos. And so I love being in Ireland so much. I love the language, the original language of Ireland and so on. And it was very clear to me that in Ireland, you know, that the sacred hill of Ireland is Tara. And for His Holiness, Tara obviously is the sacred bodhisattva. And so I thought, okay, so what mantra can bring these two apparently complementary but different spiritual cultures together? So I thought, what would it be like for us all just to chant the Tara mantra, Om Tare Tutare Ture Suha? And we sang this. There was probably about 5,000 people there in the pouring rain by now. It was like it was raining. So not only were we singing, but it was and chanting Tara's name. But His Holiness was coming down walking down this long peace wall and meeting different people and talking all the way down. And eventually he came through the peace gates with the two leaders of the Protestant, the Roman Catholic Church, and they both had beards. And so they came in, we were still chanting Tara. And I'd been told that it was possible when they opened the gates that the children from the opposing sides might start throwing stones at each other. And they said, Chloe, they might start throwing stones at you. Is that okay? Do you mind? So I thought, okay, well, let's just see if the mantra and the sounding will assist in generating a compassionate spirit. And to my astonishment, we were singing because His Holiness in his generosity was spending so much time talking to people as he was coming down, that we were singing easily for half an hour, just chanting the mantra, maybe longer, on and on and on. It was just glorious. And my eyes were closed. When my eyes opened, I realized it was time to change. His Holiness was coming in with the two priests, and the children were literally in our faces. We had a group of Irish musicians and, you know, Tibetan musicians and Gaelic musicians, and it was just an extraordinary moment for sound, you know. And we were all sounding Tara's name. And so then His Holiness, they all came up onto the stage, and this was an extraordinary moment of compassion. I mean, I have never seen anything like it. His Holiness, I wonder if you know this story, Lama Tashi. He came onto the stage with the two priests, and they were obviously quite nervous, right? And he suddenly realized spontaneously they both had beards. Out of nowhere, he took their beards and banged them against his head. Like, what just happened? And then he had the presence of mind to say, you know, he said something like, and the audience was like, you know, completely amazed. And but we're in Ireland, right? So they love surprises like that. And so he said, so then His Holiness says, I can understand when you have two different religions, maybe opposing each other's language or something, but when you're the same religion, when you're worshiping the same Christ, what is there to worry about? It was incredible. And it just cut through everything. It just cut through everything. And it demonstrated to me something extraordinary about the fear, the ferocity, but also when you bring ferocity and courage and humor and spontaneity, you know, it was just unbelievable. And it was coming from such a deep place of love. And of course, His Holiness was roaring with laughter as well. So, and then we were all laughing. So it was like, oh, you know, that was a clear demonstration to us of compassion in action with a group of people with sound. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chloe. What a beautiful story. Oh, my goodness gracious. My heart is just filled with the love and wisdom that you manifest, that everybody here is manifesting. So thank you.
Wow.
Lama Tashi, how can we use sound and compassion to manifest oneness? What daily practices do you recommend? What do you recommend?
As I talked about mantra, how to, transform entire part of our wind particle into a mantra. Now, to make it effective or helpful positively, it has to be, as you said, Jonathan, encoded with the compassion or good thought, good motivation, positive mind. So definitely, when we create sound, of course, it is based on some kind of motivation as a foundation of the sound. So if we start making any kind of sound out of compassion, then definitely it will be good for ourselves and good for other beings. And compassion, as I talked earlier, Mahayana, the compassion that's mentioned in the Mahayana scriptures is the compassion that is inclusive of all beings. Compassion towards every being, even the one that you hate the most, and all the beings. So sound with the compassionate motivation is the one that really makes the difference. So we should have the pure motivation whenever we create the sound, share with other beings. And if we have this compassion of inclusive of all, compassion towards all beings inclusively, then of course oneness will come without any doubt. You will have no hatred, no negative thoughts towards other being. That means we can have equal intention for the well-being of all beings equally. So that's the one thing, how the compassion, our sound can be compassionate, and that will follow with the compassionate service. And for practice, what in our tradition, what we do have is all the sounds are basically created from consonant, right? And the vowels, consonant and vowels. We have 26 of them. So what we do in our tradition, in the morning when we get up, soon after, we meditate and visualize, through the visualizing, bless our vocal cord, upper palate, and tongue, 3 of them. And blessed with the, through the meditation, we blessed with that by reciting the alphabets or consonant and vowels, entire the consonant and vowels. And then whatever sounds we create, of course it has to be somewhere related with either with the consonant or the vowel. Without that you cannot create sound. So whatever sound you make during the day, it has to come out with the compassion, with the mantra, nature of mantra, carrying pure positive meanings, no other things. And if you did this, then definitely we bless that in the morning, and throughout the day, whatever sound you make during the day, it's all blessed, all positive. And then, of course, as we went earlier, compassion is most important here. If we create any kind of sound out of compassion, then definitely that's somehow directly or indirectly beneficial to all beings, not just oneself, but all other beings. So that's one of the very handy practice, what I would say. Bless your vocal cord, your upper palate, and the tongue, three of them together by reciting, like, in our tradition, we usually say the consonant and the vowels in Sanskrit, but you can say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way to the Z, and like bless all those sounds that you are going to create during the day. Those are all blessed with the compassion and the wisdom. Now, whatever sound you make throughout the day, it's all blessed and good for all other beings. That's the practice.
Beautiful, Lamatashi. Thank you. Great words of wisdom. Thank you, Chloe. And Andy.
Wow. Following up on both Chloe and Lamatashi, I keep going back to intention and frequency and putting onto our sound compassion. And, I just have to share this one piece because one of the most beautiful people that I have ever known, who is in the angelic realms now, Sarah Benson, who was my mentor, Jonathan's mentor, and just the divine mother of sound. And she taught us that the true sound of healing is love. And when we can put love onto our sound, that door opens to compassion, that door opens to connectedness, to oneness. And I've just always held that very close in my consciousness because I just, to have the beautiful connection of love just sort of being the foundation. It's like you were saying, Tasha, that, saying all the letters of the alphabet, holding the compassion. And just that's for me working with sound. And the other thing I want to just pop in is the importance of gratitude. And when we are in gratitude, we are experiencing oneness in a very profound, powerful way that then ripples out to our planet, to all sentient beings. And so that, to me, gratitude, love, and compassion, bringing the connection of oneness and working with sound in that capacity. What a gift. What a gift.
So sound can be used as an extraordinary tool for personal and planetary healing. And I really love how we have talked today about using sound and compassion to create oneness. I'd like to thank our guests, Andy.
Thank you.
And Lamatashi and Chloe, and wonder if you have any personal last remarks and also a way to contact you. Chloe?
Wow, well, this has been a beautiful opportunity just to really open doors and to share our respective experiences of compassion and through sound, and how sound is such a force for loving motivation and intention and goodwill in these unprecedented times. So for myself, my organization is called The Naked Voice, and you can find out more about that through our website, which is simply thenakedvoice.com, or my own personal website, which is chloegoodchild.com. We have a podcast series, Voices of Compassionate Evolution, and it's been such a joy to meet you, Lamatashi, and to always to connect with you, Jonathan and Andy. Thank you so much for this opportunity for us to share together.
And Lamatashi, how can we contact you?
I have a website called it's www.lamatashi.com. And later on, I'm planning to work on more extensive way, and I call it the Himalayan Secrets of Happiness, and I'm trying to get it through the Facebook and YouTube in future, and of course through my website, and definitely with the help of Jonathan, I want to share some of my thoughts and ideas in the form of some kind of course and chantings and things like that. Once again, thank you very much for having me for this wonderful project or work, sharing our thoughts and sharing our compassion and love. Thank you, and be happy and healthy. Thank you.
And Andy.
And Jonathan, the last closing that I would like to say is we've been talking a lot about compassion and oneness and how sound can amplify and open up that oneness and our connection. And many times the Dalai Lama has been mentioned. And I just remember words that he said at one point, and he said, just be nice to each other. And I've always remembered that because I think that that is just a beautiful opening for oneness. So thank you so much for this opportunity to be able to be part of this panel. And Jonathan, it was just my joy to be sitting here with you.
And you can contact us at healingsounds.com. And there's all sorts of great, we have actually a wonderful guided global humming experience that helps manifest compassion and kindness to the planet, as well as a free download for people to experience, among other things. So we invite you to do that. Take part in World Sound Healing Day, and every day, in every way, just have a little sound, light, and love in your life, because through our light, our love, and our sound, we can make a difference.
And what a joy to be here at the 12th Annual Global Oneness Summit. Many blessings of love and light through sound.
Thank you so very much.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our closing ceremony called Paradigm Shifting Scientific Breakthroughs. I'm Dee Meyer, and I'm here with Steve Farrell, the Worldwide Executive Director for Humanities Team. We've broadcast over 30 panels with over 100 speakers this year, and we've reached hundreds of thousands. Thank you to each of you for being a part of Global Oneness Summit 2021. As you know, our theme this year is opening to our universal self. During our opening ceremony with Nassim Haramein and Greg Braden, we shared groundbreaking new science that will usher in a whole new era on Earth. This is so important that Steve and I are going to discuss this now during our closing ceremony. Welcome to the program, Steve.
Thank you, Dee, and hi, everybody, and great to be here with you. Wow, this is a celebration, isn't it? Because we're right at the end of this really stunning 9-day summit. Very exciting.
Steve, would you like to share anything about this year's Global Oneness Summit as we get started?
I would. Thank you, Dee. Of course, this year's summit was based in science, opening to our universal self. And so there was a whole foundation or basis of science all the way through. But then we get into these stunning implications because most of us go through life just with our thoughts about our own life, our health, our well-being, our relationships, our home, our work environment, and these things. And this summit, opening to your universal self, gets into the science and the implications of living into this much larger reality that I believe is ultimate reality. The scientists are saying it is ultimate reality, that we're deeply interconnected. all of the cosmos, that we're all made of stardust, that that we're all vibrational, that we're all energetic, and then getting into how relationships work and conscious business works and how to be empowered. And we had over 30 panels, over 100 speakers. So just a really amazing experience. And I want to thank all of the panelists, all of the hosts, all of you, all of the viewers that were here participating in this summit this year, because there are far-reaching implications. We can really move the dial here in terms of all living more consciously. And I want to invite you, because almost everybody, probably everybody watching this program didn't catch all of the 30-something panels. So, and it was stunning. So I want to invite you to check out the upgrade option. It's at a discount now while the summit is going on. And then for all of you that are Humanity Stream Plus members or thinking of becoming a member, be sure to put away your checkbook, because it's free. So this $247 value is free when you become a Humanity Stream Plus member.
Thank you, Steve. Nassim and Greg have partnered with Humanities Team to create a free master series called Secret Scientific Discoveries That Are Changing Everything. People can sign up now for the programs just around the corner with the live question and answers. Can you talk about the series and why people might want to sign up?
I can. And of course, we began, as you mentioned, Dee, this summit with Nassim and Greg in the opening panel, because their scientific research forms the basis of this whole summit. So now we're bridging into a free series that they're offering. And this free series goes deeper into this whole science and this old narrative that is physics, that's been around for over 2 decades, that hasn't changed at all, and that talks about just random a random evolution where we're all just random mutations and things, and with much of the universe dead. And this research that Nassim and Greg are bringing forward is stunning in its implications, because it's saying that this old narrative is not true, that physics is gonna be turned on its head, that we're actually all deeply interrelated, interconnected, and interdependent, that we're all one. And just the whole way we walk around on the planet, living and breathing, seeing, in relationship with others, that all of this can change because of the stunning implications to this science, that we're more than we thought that we ever were. We're limitless. We're powerful creators. So this science affirms that.
Very exciting. Steve, during this series, you asked Nassim why leaders and the media are not shouting recent scientific discoveries from the rooftops. What is this all about?
Yes, well, let me first go a little deeper into Nassim and Greg's research. So what current physics says is you can kind of look at it, it's like a ladder where you've got just these different equations that account for everything. So dark holes, there's this equation, and dark matter, this equation, and distant planets, this equation. And as we learn new things about the universe, we just keep adding equations. So there's this big, long, stale, old narrative ladder that is the physics basis for reality, is kind of how things work today. Now, Einstein in his lifetime was working, of course, on this, on a universal theory that would actually create order out of all of this disparate science that would just come into, that would be one equation that we could square across all of this physical reality, this cosmos reality. And Einstein didn't quite get there. So this unified field theory of his never really came to maturity. This work that Nassim is doing, Greg is doing, and this team of scientists and mathematicians are doing, creates this elegant, simple set of equations that just cleans the table of this old narrative. This old ladder is just pushed out of the way, and this simple, elegant set of equations that square across all parts of reality are put in its place. So that's what's going on here. That is the science that's being revealed here. Now, as to why people aren't shouting from rooftops, so imagine then that you're a physicist or an astronomer, cosmologist, you're a teacher in the classroom, and you've got this whole ladder of old equations, this old narrative that has been the basis for your whole career, all of your work. It's all of your classes are built around this old narrative, this long ladder of equations. And then you've got something like Nassim and Greg bringing forward this new research that just squares all the equations, where you have what Nassim calls cosmic constants that make sense of all of it in an elegant and simple design. Now, so what are you going to do as that teacher in the classroom or as that scientist? Are you going to just kind of take all of your stuff that was your whole career, your whole lifetime, ball it up and throw it in the trash? Or accept this whole new science that is talking about our deep interconnection, our vibrational being? Most the answer is no. So that's why we don't have people shouting from. If they're shouting from the rooftops, what they're shouting is, oh my gosh, where does this leave me? But I can tell you, they are not anxious to just go ball up all of that work that has been their career and throw it in the trash and start over. There are few that have the courage to want to do that right now.
So Steve, why should people care? And what are the implications in Nassim and Greg's latest research?
So the implications are huge. The implications are huge. Again, the whole basis here now is in these equations is that everything, it's a unified field theory. So this is what Einstein was working on. He didn't quite get to closure in his lifetime, but he even named it a unified field theory. So you can see why Nassim calls it cosmic constants. It's the same thing, where it's a unified field theory that makes sense of everything, and an elegant, simple design that accounts for everything in the universe, and that talks about how we're vibrationally, energetically, deeply connected. That there was Carl Sagan said, we're all stardust. We're actually all made of the same thing. So now, as to the implications, it's tough really to fully encapsulate all of the implications here, because they're huge. They're huge in terms of our limitless capacities. What we've thought of ourselves as just beings kind of walking around, descendants of apes and so on. Well, it turns out we have this limitless nature where everything is actually created twice, where we're creating first in our minds, the reality, and then out in the physical reality. Let me give you one small example of the implications. In the current science, we talk about the field, and the field is out there. Sometimes if we're spiritual, we'll call that field the divine, or God, or a scientist will just call it cosmos or universe, and it's out there. Now, one of the implications of this is that the field actually is within each of us, that we are all, this is this deep interconnection, or even Nassim shares, we're actually all one, that field that's out there resides within each of us. The fullness of the field, the fullness of that creating capacity, the fullness of that potential to what Dr. Larry Dawsey calls non-local reality, where we can actually have access to what is non-local wisdom that is from all parts of the universe, from God, from the divine. That all of that is actually within reach as we train ourselves to live consciously, where we're moving more from the head, a mental, emotional state of living, into a reality that includes our heart, where, as we know, there's much more going on than just a simple pump that's beating. We can thank HeartMath for that. There's much more going on. So the field resides within. Non-local knowledge, wisdom resides within. The power to create in ways way beyond what we thought we could do growing up lies within. Our creativity, our imagination, our possibility, our power as a creator. All of these things are just, now the sky is the limit. There is no upper limit. So that these are some of the implications that come out of this science. It's truly stunning.
So this is really fascinating. Would you like to talk a little bit about filming and being in Nassim's lab?
Yeah, I would. So this was really a personally stunning thing for me to experience, along with our team, Noah and Jim Gray and Greg Braden. The three of us, or I should say the four of us, flew out to Nassim's lab in Southern California, just below Los Angeles, where we spent days working with Nassim in his lab, meeting these mathematicians, these scientists, that are doing this research. He has a huge team down there. It's incredible. Some of the things that are in the lab that you'll see that are revealed in this program, which it's called Secret Scientific Discoveries. So, in fact, let me just talk a little bit about that in case you want to participate in the live program. So we did create the Secret Scientific Discoveries program down there. It's a 2-hour series. If you go to secretscientificdiscoveries.com, you can register. That's secretscientificdiscoveries.com. And then you'll see Nassim and Greg and myself just walk through the science and the implications of the science. Now, as you know, actually one of the bonuses for being part of the Global Oneness Summit was to participate in the free program if you want. So you actually, in a couple of weeks, you'll have an opportunity to watch these videos. But we're doing the programs with live question and answer here very shortly, and you're not enrolled in that. We didn't want to register you in that unless you wanted to be registered. So if you go to secretscientificdiscoveries.com, you'll be able to register for that and participate in the live question and answer. Now, while we were down at Nassim's lab, all of the science and the math, the whiteboards, all of the kinds of things you might imagine where you've got a team working on the secrets of all of the cosmos are there. And it was stunning to sit down with these people and their leadership team. As well, there is an archaeology component that comes in. There have been expeditions that Nassim and Greg have participated in involving archaeology. And we actually bring in some of those findings during the program. So which is exciting, which is a whole nother implication of where they're highly evolved beings that were part of life early on Earth centuries ago, millennia ago. So lots more I could share, but that gives you a little taste of what it was like being down there with Nassim. He's got an incredible lab, an incredible team. Let me share one other thing. Nassim and Greg, as you know, have brought forward this new science. Their research has just pioneered out into all of these new realms and possibilities that other scientists haven't wanted to touch. And they talk about that on camera while we were together and share how in both their cases, truth guided them, and how their research was taking them out of bounds of traditional physics and traditional biology and geology, out into whole new realms. And they just felt strongly that they should pursue truth at all costs, that they shouldn't be bounded by current conceptions of physics and biology and science and math. They should follow that research wherever it might go. It's stunning. You'll see them on camera discussing this. And so this has, I think, a lot to do with your life, viewers, and our Life in Humanities team, where we're devoted to conscious living, where these old notions of that we're just a secular body descended from apes, with a finite lifetime going to dust. Most of us don't believe that. Science is sharing the science of this summit, and science that we're familiar with if we're on the conscious journey shares that our life is quite different than that we actually have everlasting life, that we're multidimensional, that we have unlimited potential. And then as we understand these things and we understand the science, that cascades into all new ways of living that are incredibly beneficial, that make us more aware, that make us more alive, that help us become more in harmony with life. That's part of what conscious living is, isn't it? It's because we understand the connection, the oneness. So this becomes our operating principle, actually, that we're in harmony with life, in harmony with, of course, ourself and our family. But the fence posts now go really wide. And now it's all of humanity. It's all of the planet. It's all of animal life. It's all of plant life. It's all of the cosmos. We now become attuned, become focused on living in harmony with all of life. So that's a little bit about the trip down there with Nassim. He's a dear friend. He's an amazing scientist. And this program that I'm referencing, Secret Scientific Discoveries, will help you really go down into this incredibly important science.
Can you tell people how to sign up? Also, how can people take advantage of this Global Oneness Summit bonus?
So the bonus was a gift. When you signed up for the Global Oneness Summit, we included this opportunity to watch these programs with Greg and Nassim. So you'll see that again in a few weeks, not with a live question and answer. You do have to go to secretscientificdiscoveries.com, secretscientificdiscoveries.com, if you want to register to be part of those question and answer, where I'll be coming in to do live question and answer after Greg's program and after Nassim's program. We had some other bonuses in there as well, the Spiritual Leadership Award with Greg Braden, and also this God Solution workshop, 4-hour live workshop with Neil Donald Walsh. So we had a lot of treasure in that was part of your Global Oneness Summit experience this year. And again, and by the way, invite you to write to us, write to Humanities Team, share your feedback. What were your favorite panels? What do you want to see next year? What are important themes that you'd like us to focus on? As you know, we're a global nonprofit organization. We're not a for-profit. Our whole focus is to make conscious living pervasive worldwide by 2040. So that's in less than 20 years. And we have this complementary initiative called PACE, which stands for Planetary Awakening, Conscious Evolution. And we're inviting you and everybody and all of us to pick up the pace, because we're not on a pace today to achieve this conscious living in our homes, in our communities, in our country, and throughout the world 20 years from now. So we're inviting people to pick up the pace. And then, of course, we've created this Humanity Stream Plus platform to support people in their conscious living. And we're adding a program every week right now. And there's a 7-day free trial for that. You'll see if you go to humanitiesteam.org/stream, you can become familiar with that platform. There are amazing programs we added just this week: how to embody oneness and dance in oneness, and also full-length feature films from Emmanuel Itier and other programs that we're adding as we speak. So, and these programs help us in our own home and with our families and our coworkers to really live consciously.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is there anything more you'd like to share, Steve?
Well, let me say, I can't emphasize enough how groundbreaking this research is of Nassim Harameyn's and Greg Braden's. And I put it on the same level. We all know Einstein, Albert Einstein's name. We all know of Galileo and Copernicus, these astronomers that helped to shape our conception of the cosmos. Nassim Harameyn and Greg Braden are on that level. with what they're introducing. This is truly groundbreaking new science. And don't believe just because people aren't shouting from rooftops that it's something less than that. If you know a little history, especially of like Copernicus and Galileo, it took centuries for them to become known as the people that they were, that greatly influenced our views of reality. Just like now, there were people, teachers and scientists that have built their whole career around an older science, and they were rejected when they brought their science forward. So we'll see a lot of pushback here now, but don't believe for a moment that that this research isn't astonishing, absolutely astonishing in terms of what it means and in terms of the implications for our life. So, and if you'd like to understand that better, because I'm kind of a poor substitute for Nassim talking to you directly, or Greg Braden talking to you directly, do check out these programs that are right around the corner, the secretscientificdiscoveries.com. Check out these programs and you'll hear directly from them about this science, what it affirms, and the implications of this science as to in our daily living and in our work environment, et cetera.
Wonderful. One thing I would like to add is that both Nassim and Greg speak in a way that laymen can understand, and yet at the same time, it is equally important for their peers. So it's an extraordinary event, and we really do hope that everyone can take the time to be with us. Thanks so much, Steve, for being with me, and thanks so much for everyone being here with us. Thank you for participating in our 2021 Global Oneness Summit. We've moved the dial and we've helped people to make conscious living more pervasive by 2040. Goodbye for now.
Okay, thanks everybody. Peace and blessings.
Congratulations on signing up for the Global Oneness Summit, and welcome to our Conscious Global Tribe. I want to encourage you to do two things right now. The first is to watch this short video to the end when I will share a special offer with you. And the second is to mark your calendar for Saturday, October 16th through Sunday, October 24th, the actual Global Oneness Day, so you don't miss out on any of the 9 days of exciting panels and other programs we'll be sharing with you. This year's theme of opening to your universal self is about following your soul's calling. It's about finding and fully engaging your purpose in life. It's about coming into self-mastery. It's about finding inner peace. It's about becoming the beautiful, whole, pure expression of your divine higher self you've always known yourself to be. When you open to your universal self, you become more aware, more alive, and more in harmony with life. You live intentionally and metaphysically, fully expressing who you are, so you may live the life of your dreams. The Global Oneness Summit is a foundational part of our larger mission to make conscious living pervasive worldwide in the next 20 years. And our primary vehicle for making that happen is the Humanity Stream Plus streaming platform we created to assist you in fulfilling this mission for yourself. in your own home, in your workplace, in your community, and in the wider world. Many of you who are watching this are already Humanity Stream Plus members, but if you've not yet joined us in this capacity, this is your chance to become a member. Humanity Stream Plus is a groundbreaking platform and community that is quite literally transforming transformational education. We've created some of the most powerful and innovative masterclasses available in the marketplace today. And for anyone on the conscious journey, Humanity Stream Plus may well be the best investment you can make in yourself. You'll gain unlimited access to our most popular masterclasses, along with hundreds of other transformational education programs, with new programs being added every week. You'll also have access to brand new masterclasses as they are released, live mentoring programs with faculty, free upgrades, VIP programs, virtual forums, and so much more. To date, we've partnered with many of the most extraordinary conscious leaders in the world. Too many to name here. But when you click the link below this video, you'll be taken to the full menu of Humanity Stream Plus programs, where you'll get a quick sense of just how many incredible luminaries we've partnered with. Two other unique and innovative elements of Humanity Stream Plus are our focus on collaborative teaching, creating programs with more than one teacher that are even more powerful than solo taught programs, and our commitment to offer multiple mentoring sessions with our faculty so they can offer you personal guidance along your individual path. What makes this truly special is there's no need for you to stay anchored in front of your computer. You can watch our content from the comfort of your bedroom, living room, kitchen, front porch, or while you travel anywhere in the world, because Humanity Stream Plus is available on iOS, Android, Android TV, Fire TV, Roku, and Apple TV. And it's super easy to use, just like your favorite streaming movie or music platform. And you'll be blown away by how much more intuitive the revolutionary new graphical interface we're using for Humanity Stream Plus is than anything else you've ever seen. It goes even further than Netflix and Amazon Prime. So if you haven't found your conscious global tribe, this is it. Half our members are in the United States and half are located in other geographies. And all of them are serious about living consciously. In our Humanity Stream community, we are open-hearted. We live in flow. And we hold space for each other to grow and evolve in our own unique ways. We gather together weekly and often several times a week. And when we're not gathered face-to-face, we're connecting with each other in our virtual community, where we make new and diverse contacts with others. This year's entire 9-day Global Oneness Summit, with over 30 panels and over 70 speakers, will be recorded for your viewing pleasure. And while this is normally a $247 upgrade option, with Humanity Stream Plus, you receive access to it all for free, along with access to our previous summits for an almost endless stream of uplifting inspiration. If you were to purchase the masterclasses and transformational education programs separately, it would cost more than $12,000. But for just $497 a year, you can subscribe to Humanity Stream Plus and receive access to it all. This breaks down to only a little more than $1 a day. Imagine who you'll be able to become when you join our supportive Humanity Stream Plus community and begin engaging in this exciting journey with others around the world to your fully conscious self. Truly, this small investment will yield life-transforming results for you and all those whose lives you touch, helping to shape the conscious evolution of our world. You can join Humanity Stream Plus with our 7-day free trial and an additional 7-day money-back guarantee. And if you decide you'd like to continue with us after that, you'll get it all for just a little more than the cost of a single masterclass. So if you're on a conscious journey and you want to live the life of your dreams and influence and inspire others to be better and to do better, together with a supportive global tribe, Humanity Stream Plus is for you. Just click the link below to start your 7-day free Humanity Stream Plus trial right away. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you soon at our upcoming Opening to Your Universal Self Global Oneness Summit that starts on Saturday, October 16th.